Namaskar, good morning, good day. Assalamu alaikum, Sastriyakal, Wanakkam, Namaskaram. This is Yasura Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, August 2, 2020, Sunday, and same daily talk by blessings of God because I am no one to make such talks regularly, but God supports me directly and indirectly for these talks. I'm very thankful to you all for cooperation, for tolerance that you might have accepted. Long videos, I just tried to make long videos in name of profession because small videos do not work in profession. Details cannot be included in small videos. So lengthy videos like workshops actually you can say. These videos are like work videos, workshops. These are not just video for sake of video. It's like workshops we work in profession. Profession is work and that's always workshop, This is workshop drawings and engineering drawings and shop drawings. So you can say these are shop videos, these are workshop videos, like that these are which is fact of life that without work we cannot do anything. Without work we cannot do anything. And same daily starting, with this ordinary writing, ordinary writing, which is actual writing, all writing by machine, by computers, are not spiritual writings. This is written by hand, ball pen, ordinary paper, without any pomp and show, without any showing of standards, without any showing of status. This is really regarding management and engineering, quality, FIDIC, concrete, general, etc., etc. COVID, which is real problem of world currently. This problem is not that can be solved that easily. It's different problem, but we have to work it out to solve it. Till now, what has not been able to solve it. That's a fact of life. Fact of life cannot be denied by, you know, we may say that we have so much stamina of professionals and scientists all over the world. I'm talking about world because this is not responsible for one country. This COVID is not responsible for one country. This is responsible for whole world. COVID, SARS. Now you cannot call it SARS alone because SARS is just one part of this. This can impact any part of your body. So this is COVID, and then God's Act I can call it, and engineering, management, systems, changes, organization, and you can say challenges, human thinking, and you can say only resort. And therefore general concrete, general material specifications, total systems, quality structure, and you can say soil engineering, reports of soil FIDIC red plus level, all both. And this is general contents, not necessary I include everything in this talk, but parts of this may be included during discussion. And this is what you know my 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 purpose, as I said, this is workshop like that. It's work talk and workshop or whatever you may call it. There's no specific name, just a general talk to public and to engineering community and all other communities. Because my God, this is a problem here in this. My hand goes to my hand goes to this, you know, my hand goes to that switch switch off this this system mobile, and this was bought off. Sorry for that. Gentle people, maybe it's different type of talk I'm making to you. I'm not well organized. I don't have all resources that should be used in this type of talk. I should have projector. I should have something else or other camera. Well, I'm using it in engineering means how an engineer can work in field. Means we just want to give information, we just want to give result, even if we don't have all resources in field. But that's what it is all about. Uh, as using minimum resources and as much as we can do. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that much. That's always purpose of this. Only purpose is maximum communication with the minimum use of resources. And and I hope that viewers may appreciate appreciate my efforts. This is just not a question of passing time. It's not a question of passing time. First of all, I should be thankful as a person, as an individual, to Facebook and YouTube that they at least allow quite a time on their portals that we can talk for so many hours. Even if we conduct seminars, even if we conduct seminars, we cannot have this much opportunity to talk to you. I have attended many seminars, and when I write paper and is accepted, they may not be more than 12 minutes. If it is seminar, even if it's workshop, half of time is wasted in, I can say clearly wasted in unusual talks, unusual inauguration, unusual photo sessions. But speakers who are real participants in those seminars, they are not given adequate time. Means in engineering, if you think in 10 or 20 minutes you can share information with others, I think this is fiction. I should say fiction. Only you bring only some photographs, some videos, references, and show to them. And if you call that a seminar, I don't think that's seminar. That is just formality of seminar. And then 40, 30%, 20% time you just spend in awards and photo sessions and this and that and board of things. Well, I think this is gone now. We have to value time. We have to value presence of people, and we should not waste their time. Of course, there is some change. I'm sure our time is for learning. When you learn something or you teach something to others, that's also learning. If I share some information with you, this I'm also learning because I must get some reaction. If I don't get reaction, either you people are not interested in that talk, or you may not like it simply. You may like or you may not like, that's another issue. But issue is what is required and what is fact. Fact is that engineering world, of course, is very significant for survival of life. But this is different in a varying sense that engineering is not contained, it's not, you know, demarcated, it's not limited, it's not confined. It has unlimited boundaries. All engineering field. We apply knowledge, we apply sciences, we apply common sense, we apply experience, and we initiate also, we innovate also based on research, and we sometimes become exponents also. Exponent is very significant, very much powerful, you can say, term, much above than authorship or author. Author can be, you can say, based on references. 60-70% of work is done by using references, and some work is done based on original thoughts, original contemplation. But when you talk of exponent, it is something very much original. Without using any references, it works. It gives something to people, to world, and that is real knowledge, you can say. If God gives you that knowledge, it's great. because you don't get that knowledge through books or through universities. That's very important point here. Exponential one. We call exponent, we use exponential powers also. X to power 2, x to power 3, we use there also. So you can know what's value of that if you say x to power 2, x to power 3, x to power 25, x to power 50. You know what's value, what's result of that. I know a word that is 10 to power 3003, and this is called in terms equal to millennium. Millinion. Millennial equal to 10 to power 3003. Sometimes I use this word when I wish people millennium best wishes. Maybe people open dictionary and see that. I don't know how I could get that. I also don't remember actually. But I often use this just to please people. Means it doesn't give anything to them. It doesn't take anything from me. Just a word. Means if you write 3003 zeros with one, it's really impossible practically. 3003, there's no term for that. So term is millennium. Means like that you can say, you can imagine anything and convert it to practical use. Nowadays, COVID, I call it Professor COVID-19. I consider professor because so far no one is able to encounter it. No one. It's in day by day actually. It's very serious issue. COVID-19, but it's getting very interesting also. Means if you want confusion, it's name of COVID-19. If you want fighting, it's COVID-19. If you want to claim, it's COVID-19. If you want to destabilize, it's COVID-19. If you want to create depression, it is COVID-19. If you want to create panic, it's COVID-19. Or if you want to say scuffle towards COVID-19, argue towards COVID-19. I mean, COVID-19 has expressed use all words during, debate or during ordinary social conduct. This is that. This has forced you to keep your nose closed, your mouth, your lips closed, and also your eyes covered with glass, and only, and it's not even adequate even then after you do this. Means this is just a protective measure, we can say. It may work 70%, 60%, but there's some space also when you use mask. And I've seen often that when you start talking, you remove your mask. Same journalists remove their mask and talk. So what's function of then this mask left? If you're talking, if you're not having potential to talk using mask, so what's purpose left? That talk itself is dangerous. That time of talk itself is very dangerous because you are using mask, but when it is critical time, you're open removing mask and talking. So you can either transfer that virus or you can receive that virus. So purpose of mask is defeated, yet you are wearing mask. That's why I'm saying it has confused, it's mixed whole society of world. It's such a smart entity, I should say entity, because it's not material. It's not. It's some you can say it contains some solve. This size of this, which a lesser size to play. I got one information that its size is 0.000254 meet. If that's the size, then means it's beyond recognition by my electron microscope, and there is it's beyond that. Means electron microscope cannot identify it, such a small being. And it's dynamic as well. When it finds its supportive environment, it's very much dynamic. It acts, it's active. And then even if you wear mask, there are chances it can enter your mask. Not through surface of mask, but maybe when where mask edge touches your face, skin, there may be some angular space it may touch, or even it may go through your body, through your eyes or ears. That is a possibility. Now, I'm not just confirming anything here, I'm not doctor or scientist. Just like using common sense as we use in our engineering, I am taking it from engineering viewpoint, not from medical viewpoint or not from, you can say, scientific viewpoint. I'm just taking from engineering safety, health, and environment viewpoint, because safety, health, environment, and ergonomics are our disciplines in, in engineering construction. It's very much important, and we should know what is safety, health, and environment. And I usually am very much interested in that, to share or disseminate whatever I know with people. People are interested. I'm not finding people are interested. I think people take this liability or additional activity, though it's not additional, it's inclusive one activities, because it's your responsibility to keep safe yourself and keep safe others. That's very much required. So what I'm talking with COVID-19 is, it's very much smart. I think only smart entity in world is now COVID-19, or there's no other person smarter than COVID-19. There are thousands of scientists involved. There are millions, probably millions doctors involved, others involved, and other intellectual engineering community involved. We expect these communities, engineers, doctors, and these scientists, to expeditedly or expeditiously identify causes behind such problems. But 2020 has proved, 2020 running now is August now, has proved that as many professionals, as many intellectuals we have, as many we have, you know, that think tank or think sea or think ocean has failed to reveal facts of secrecy behind COVID-19. I can't say it's failure, but there is delay, and delay is always dangerous, because now it's around, I think, maybe 7 to 8, you can say, I can say maybe more, I think 7 to 8 million they say, but I think it's more. People have been affected, maybe 2 or 3 billion, I can say, or crores, sorry, 2 to 3 crores people around world might have been infected by COVID-19. Now, my assumption is maybe more, and in US itself, about 45 to 50 million, uh, 4 to 5 million citizens have been affected, and they have lost lives for around 200,000 citizens. In Brazil itself, it's around about 100,000 people have lost their lives, and 2 million infections have been reported. It's big figure. In our country, Bharat, India, it's about, you can say, 1.8 million people have been affected, and that's around 40,000 possibly. Statistics are there. Statistics don't announce facts. This all record, means whatever is recorded was registered. I got one information through news yesterday that English lady, 44 years, she she lost her life because of some reasons of mind or heart. Mind, I think. She did not exhibit any symptoms of COVID-19, which we refer to nowadays. This means she lost her life due to mental impact, mental attack, based on, she got paralysis and then she lost her life. And the mind was infected later on, but no. Being asymptomatic, she lost her life, and it was revealed later on that it is because of COVID. COVID, this means, does not affect only your respiratory system, as you get SARS syndrome, SARS we call it, uh, uh, You can say acute respiratory syndromes. It severe acute respiratory syndromes. It's not that only. That's one part of this. So that mind, that thinking, contemplation only respiratory system is impacted upon by COVID-19. It's not true alone. It's one of truth, many truth. It's not entirely true. It is understood that I'm not claiming. I feel so based on my safety knowledge that when it is enters your body, you may stop it from if you, its priority is to impact your system of respiration, but it doesn't. It's not limited there. It can go to whatever part of your body. That is a serious issue. That's a very serious issue. It can when it can damage your brain. It can damage your heart. It can damage your whatever else. And I just also remember I got one report, and it can affect human fertility. It can affect your power, your potential. It can reduce your potential of generation. So this means your every part can be affected. So it's very serious issue, and people are taking it lightly because I many times debate, argue with people, particularly young people, young in age of 30s, 25, 30, 35. These people are over ambitious, these people, because they are not well informed. It's not their fault. They think it's nothing and they can encounter it, and what's use of mask and this and that means. They have their own logic, which is partly complete and partly incomplete, having lack of information. It's very dangerous. There is lack of information from all over the world about this. Simply keep in mind that this is a virus that can impact every part of your body. If you keep in mind and then take precaution, adopt precaution, I think you shall benefit. That's the only way to benefit. Well, my purpose is not to detail out how it, but because whatever small news I'm reading, I'm just explaining, just bringing to your notice. If you like it, or after all, it's recorded in video. You may benefit or you may not benefit. That's up to you. I always try to share some information people on Facebook by writing or on video by sharing a few minutes of mine, because it's not for one, it's not, it's for all. COVID is professor of everybody. I call it professor. So actually, it is teaching us. It's killing us. I am sure one who loses their life, one who loses their life, is better than one who lives after COVID. And they call recovery. I don't accept. This not recovery. This is just the illusion or means. There is no recovery from COVID, because COVID remains within your body. This entity makes your body your home permanently. You can't kill it. Yes, you can raise your immunity, you can raise your physical resistance, and it can stop. Sometimes it can keep inactive for some duration, but it finds the weather or its environment condition suitable to it. It can be many times because when you are not active, you are sleeping, resting, then you are cold, and maybe you are in AC, or you are in good temperature like in England or in America. So this keeps acting again because there's water in your body. That water is supportive to this. There's blood in your body, water in your body, so everything is there in your body, and if you are not taking very much hot, then it is much more supportive to such type of entity, so which can thrive again and again, and it can be taken out because such procedure is not done, such medicine is not available, and is expected not to be available. We can raise our immunities only. There is no answer, there is no solution that this can be encountered practically. So until that happens, we should be very serious, not act like kids, not act like youth. All over the world, youth are means acting in irresponsible way. It's not one part, it's not one country, it's all over world. Argument is no meaning if you have no complete information. I feel sometimes very angry when people just talk for sake of nothing. Just they're getting information to WhatsApp, or they get information to TV, who are not disseminating this. This is their duty to disseminate people, to educate people facts about it, because they don't know facts. And News reports, patches only. We researched this today. We came to know this, came to know that. Every 2 days, 3 days, you will find some information, and that's very dangerous because everybody cannot keep watch, cannot keep a track of information. Who know? Okay, leave it means hardly 1 or 2% who are interested in regular news. They may keep track, but they cannot disseminate. It's duty of television media, radio media, and others, and all governments to disseminate this information. But people are not having even 5% information. They should have 100%. That's really very, very. I blame all governments and I blame all mediums who are responsible for that. Still, I've not seen any print media, any television that gives information about this. They give all the information which is relevant to public. Remember, health is first, safety is first. What I do with other developments if I can't keep myself livable, if I can't also save from this impact. If this impacts you means if you are safe, it's far more dangerous. If you is recovered, you're not recovered. It's just you are living. That's it. It's not a recovered. Nobody can recover from COVID-19. Till now, this is answer. So don't these people just spreading fake news. Recovery is so many. Recovery is so many. This is not recovery. It's a just living, surviving for some time. For some time. Because there's also one report that one patient, I think in somewhere German, I think, one patient was tested again after 2.5 months of discharge and discharge from hospital. Well, by chance they are researchers and they do that. That person, the doctors could not even identify symptoms of some ailment the person was having. So when they tested ECG, it was normal. But the doctor was not satisfied. Means, he tried to do something and said, okay, we do MRI. And in MRI, it was discovered that there was some swelling in intestines of heart. And they realized that this is second effect of COVID-19. Or this is original effect. Person won't die, but effect is a fact. Your heart's getting fatty because of this. So if heart can get fatty, whatever part of the body can be impacted. So this is very dangerous. I would simply therefore suggest that take care of yourself. Doctors are unclear, scientists are unclear, governments are sleeping. They are only interested in reworking on economies. There is no one who can help an ordinary citizen of world and of every country. Governments are not intellectuals, and intellectuals are not supporting you. Who shall support you? I'm not even understanding about engineers who are very brilliant people. They also did not work on this issue. It was their duty, social duty, to do something of that. But they also did not suggest that AC use is dangerous in this situation, and whatever they can think means we have to be careful. That's all I can say. Nothing else in this case. COVID is COVID. Everything is not COVID, and everything is not safe. So I should say COVID is gone. COVID-19. Thank you very much, COVID-19. You can continue your work. Don't worry. We are trying gradually to understand you very, very gradually. And you want to teach us about yourself, I know, but no problem. You take time, and we also taking time. Yes, we may die, we may not die. That is one part of life. And then other part is this about management and project engineering, project engineering, quality engineering, safety engineering, management engineering, engineering management, all in that management engineering. Nobody is born with management or with engineering. Some people maybe, though it's imaginary, it's hypothetical, it is orthodox, but no, remember, when I am there, you are there, we are living, and we don't know our origin, and we also don't know what's our final destination after we leave this body. Everybody, this is a fact that we don't know that. Nobody can predict that. That's okay. But that has to come, it's true. It's unknown milestone, and maybe someday we have to accept that there is some power. We accept now, but that is not logical acceptance. That is like faith. I'm not talking of faith. I'm not interested in faith because I don't believe in faith. Believe me. I don't believe in emotions. Believe me. I don't believe. As an individual, I believe in reason, logic, and existence. That's the reason I always call that if there is a biggest imagination somewhere, it is religion. That's imagination. Because when we come to this earth, we just come as human babies, human, nothing else. So I don't understand this imagination of religions, orthodoxism, and therefore I want to find logic, reason behind that. I know that there's some power who's keeping me and you and everyone. That power is there. Maybe I am because I'm in body. I cannot answer that power. But I was a part of that power, and I am a part of that power. That power is there. It's our speculation, what name we give to that, and what shape we give to that. If I am human, I think that it should be human. If I am something else, I'm sure it's something else. It's not something. It's not concrete answer. Concrete answer is that power is working. This power is universally working for everyone. This power maybe taught me everything which I'm talking to you. I cannot say. And I believe now, I accept now that it's that power which is helping, which helps me every moment. Not by staying with me, being a part of my soul, being a part of my soul means integrated, integrated connection, not just joint, which can be removed. It's integrated connection with that power. If we understand that point, that there is some power which is holding me and holding everyone, I think then our ego should come down. Our degree of high pride should come down. Oh, I am this, I am superpower, I am scientist, I am doctor, I am so big. That should come down. Should come down. There is some excellent engineer, excellent doctor, excellent scientist in the world. There can be many. Excellent, outstanding, and very much knowledgeable, which you can't expect. University can teach you that much. There are people who are extraordinary, who are power in their profession, who are powerhouse of their profession. There is knowledge, they have so much knowledge that even universities are defeated, even degrees are defeated. There are people like that. And they are educated now. This means they must have some assignment, some association with pre-birth educational system. There may be pre-birth educational system, which is what nonsense is talking. When you are not there, how can I say? Yes, pre-birth. Pre-birth means coming before coming to this body. Maybe my soul was student somewhere or somewhere, having membership in some unknown world, university. Everybody, when you are taught here, you trained here, you are trained here on this earth. You can be trained there as well. This is what I think. So I say extraordinary intelligence somebody is got in that doesn't come from education here. Doesn't come from education here. It comes from elsewhere. Extraordinary else there. This point I consider when I do engineering. I do engineering. You know what happens when you are doing something? For example, you are making some drawing, you are making some sketch, or you are writing, or you are doing computer work, or you are doing some computation, or whatever you are doing. Suppose you have been working for 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, or you are without fail working and you're thinking and working. Sometimes, many times I have noted that I feel some vibration on my eyes. I don't know, sometimes left, sometimes right. Tech means it vibrates. There's no chance to vibrate at the time. I'm normal working. And instantly it does something. Or for few moments it does. But I can't understand why it's doing. I'm very normally working. Some say, oh, there's a movement of blood. This okay, that's fine. That's physical connection, physical equivalence of that. But why? I feel means I assume based on my experience that there is some error with your work somewhere, or there is something missing, something you don't know is there, which may be negative, may be positive both. There's some you have to check something, or you are causing some mistake you are ignoring. You just check something. Even during writing your computer somewhere else, you are causing some mistake. You check something, and after some time, I feel I know what mistake is there. This happens. So I can say that there is someone with me, and when there is someone we, so what I say, whatever work I do, that energy comes from that person. That is it. It's not my energy. No, this is my conclusion. Even you work very, extraordinarily. Means you did not expect you would work in that subject, but you start working on that subject. Otherwise, you have a routine. Okay, so many hours I work time. I've come back from duty and I have to take rest. I'm very tired. That's normal. Means you're very tired. You have to take rest. Fine, take rest. No problem. Everybody has right to take rest. But sometimes you don't want to take rest. You want to take rest, and even if you go to bed or some sofa and sit there, relax there. But you don't feel happy even if you're tired. Oh no, it's not that. And maybe some by chance a few seconds vision comes to me, or your eyes close and you see something there. Even instantly for 1 or 2 minutes or 5 minutes, maybe some dream or some rich information comes to you, and you feel really relaxed also in that case. Even in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, close your eyes and automatically, oh no, I am very relaxed something. Sometimes few minutes time, you feel it's the many hours sleep because you are forced to do something else. And okay, I'll take some water, I'll sit down and start doing something. But I was tired, and you start doing something unexpectedly, and you keep on working for hours together. That's where I say it's not you then. It's not you, it's not me, myself that time. I'm just medium. Somebody else is using my body in my favor. This happens. Practically, it happens. We say if you're tired, you're fatigued, and in that, if you just relax a little and start working, you'll be stronger than tired means you'll feel stronger. Start something and then move on and on, and after maybe a half an hour, 1 hour, you say, but yes, I am getting energized. I think that is application of nature on you, your nature supporting you, because nature knows you are a good person. You will not abuse this energy. You person, you are given an assignment. That power doesn't know your money value or something. That power gives its energy that's meant for you, so that you keep working and reach to what is designed for you in your fate, in your and you get some results. You finish some job, or you progress on that job, or you find something extraordinary in that. That happens to me, to you, to everybody. If we are honest, we don't have greed. We know if I do this, how much money I'll get. If you keep that subject to condition in mind, this is subject to condition in mind. I'm doing so much, I should get something. Look, I meet many people in my life who say, oh, what you should get something, you're doing something. Oh my God, everything you relate to money only. If you relate to money only, then where money shall relate to you? Are you money born? Are you a destiny? Are you only money oriented? If you don't have money, if you don't get money in your whatever what you do, you did not get anything. Means I don't know this madness among human beings all over the world. Means I met many British and many others, and when I talk and say, what can you this which you knowledge how you can give to others? I will not give anybody. I can't give to anybody without cost, without free. I can't give free. Particularly British people I've seen, Americans I've seen. Many people like that, They for them money is everything. Means they must get some material oriented world, material oriented world. That is England, Europe, America. I like that. Those people do not know what's value of soul, what's value of spirit. They can't tolerate free delivery, free distribution. They can't tolerate. But I've seen this difference somewhere else that people can give free. It's not other people of world. They too are now learn. Oh, why should I give free? Ultimately, you remember you give or you don't give. It's not your knowledge. It's not your knowledge. You have this, but you can't. You have no right to convert it to money. It's not your job. What you do? That's where problem lies. Means money is superior, right? You mean to say money is superior than your knowledge, than your God blessings. This blessing of God you got in, you have been, showered by God. This blessing of knowledge. You want to transfer this. You want to exchange it for some money. This means this money is more important than God's blessings. Do you understand my mathematics? You got blessings of what? Because this is not your brilliance. You think it's my brilliance. Yes, God gave you something. Because God thinks you are honest, you are sincere, and you will value this. But if you say, no, I want to get money of this, then next time God won't give it to you. Okay, you get money and then you finish. You're not suitable for this. Your eligibility is not applicable here. You go somewhere, open your shop and sell. We people are very small scale intelligence actually. We say I am intelligent, I am intellectual. No, we are not. We can't be intellectuals. We are not intellectuals. We are made intellectuals by power of God. You think learning is so easy? No, it can't be easy. If God doesn't help you, if your superpower doesn't help you, you can even not pass examination. You cannot do anything in life. That energy comes from God. That hidden power comes from God. I believe it. I accept it, not only believe it. I experienced it. I experienced it. When you get unexpectedly something in your mind which doesn't pertain to your subject, to your knowledge, to your degree, something that what is that unexpected? You know it, but you don't explain yourself. Forget explaining others. You don't know. You don't even retrieve it. I got it. That will say that power of pride you have. It's my work. Yes, it's your work. Agree. What's its origin? Tell us. I am origin. There you stop. There your signals come in. Then red light stands. Okay, you do it. Means you God wanted to make you its associate, but you don't want to be association of God. No, 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 it's mine. So you detach yourself from that power which was with you. That is weakness of building. Yes, if it is your basic work, I understand. Yeah, you learn that you are doing that. Okay, that's fine. Means God taught you, don't forget that also. When you learned it, it's not because you learned it, because you are allowed to learn it. You are allowed to learn it. Might be you have a very good supportive professor in your university who took you separately, personally, other than all other students. Okay, I support this particular person, this particular student, or this person is very sincere, he listens to me, and that professor concentrates on you, and you become an object for the professor. You learn a lot from him, and others might not. Because if even 5% students are successful, professor is successful. At least 5% learn. If 95% just enjoyed learning, enjoying class are different issue. I attend class, I don't learn something, but I attend class. Okay, I participated in that, but I know nothing on that. Well, all I understand part of engineering. This is spiritual engineering. Spiritual engineering relates to physical engineering, because if your spiritual is good, you are spiritually good, powerful, and you say, oh, you are spirited. This means your soul is energized by power of spirit. This power of soul, which is energy, is called spirit. You are spirited, and if you are spirited, you can be spirited in your profession, whatever you have. Any of you have engineering, I mean engineering, I can get benefit of that there, because ultimately I can't digest this energy. I can digest only limited energy. Remaining energy I have to transfer somewhere, and that is on work. That work is a result of your energy. Every work, it's normal work or extraordinary work, that's the result of your energy. So if I apply that spirit or soul, that power, if I apply to my work, I can do best work, I can say. Best in a sense, if you compare it to normal work or normal time, it's best. That best I'm searching for, and that best is actually organization. That best is actually management, because there is no definition of management. Everybody can define separately. There's no definition of management, no definition of organization. It's your way how you organize something, how you think is organized actually. What you think, that is conversion to some system, is and management or organization hierarchy something. It varies all time. What you think, how you do, what's your power of thinking, what's your power of thinking, and what subjects is project. That projects demand something, and that's thing you have to fulfill that demand. And how do you fulfill that demand? That depends upon how do you organize and how do you manage. So organization and management are never same. Organization is never permanent. Similarly, principles of management never apply forever. If you understand, you can devise your management, your organization to fulfill your scope of work. When I say something like that, this means certainty must be there, no uncertainty, no ambiguity, no speculation, nothing. In engineering, nothing is happening. Nothing happens. If you keep uncertain, if you keep ambiguous, if you keep unknown, you cannot work. You cannot work. Yeah, in university you could assume something. You are going to try a formula, you could start, okay, then let's assume this value is the unit is that. There you can say something. But when you are in real work, when you are in performance mode of work, performance does not accept anything illogically, because after all, you are not alone, and you are not just using your body or soul for profession. You are using resources also, natural resources, and you are using others as well. That point is very different. Engineering management, and particularly civil engineering management, project engineering management, is vast and very specific. It's very specific, I can say. Actually, it's like, it's not necessary you follow something. Not necessary. You follow yourself. Forget books. Keep in mind what you have to deliver. That should be in mind. Targeted definition. Scope of work definition. Define. There is a definition of so what is interacting. But what you want to deliver, that scope what I'm talking. You should that's in your mind, concrete way, not reflexive way. I have to reach this point. This is my point. This is my objective. This I have to do, and in this period, I have to do. This is my performance envelope. I have to do that. You can decide this, or you cannot decide this. There are both ways. If you can decide this, you are matured enough for that project and you can lead that project. And if you're not sure about that, then this you're not eligibly qualified for that. You're not. Then you should not opt for that project because you will fail in that case. Or you will require some higher knowledge person. So this means you are not suitable for that. This is called confidence. Confidence, which is very important parameter, very important, you can say, very important term for your confidence. And confidence is also having no limits, no boundaries, no silver lining. Confidence. That confidence does not come so easily. It does not come by lip service. It does not come by statements only. For that confidence earning, you have to spend a lot of time working hard, working in struggling mode, working in uncomfort way, working in a way that confidence comes from your acts. Your acts, your success, and your efficiency. Confidence comes from. Because when you experience something, naturally you shall, after getting something, review that also. You shall also review why you did that. You will also review everything. That's your QA. Means if you if you have some confidence, that confidence must enhance in future. You cannot say I had that confidence that's reduced. If your level of confidence reduces, you are losing something. Confidence is real, I'm telling you. It's not imaginary. It gives you power. It becomes a source to you with confidence. Say with confidence. Confidence building measure is very great exercise whole world over. You are building confidence means still you are not sure. Confidence is your property. It's more than your degree. It's more than your money. If you have confidence, you can rise to any level. If you have no confidence, you must have been, you may be having billionaires, your billions, trillions, you will lose that because there is no definite formula on which you move. You just don't know. You move in darkness. You spend money here, spend money there, spend energy here, there, and you lose everything because you did not know. You are not even a student, and you use that money. Therefore, I say management is entirely different. Engineering management, social management, political management, international management, every management. If if qualified people, if real experienced people do not work there, you cannot get success anywhere. Remember, breaking breaking something is very important, very easy. Break is very easy. Demolition is very easy, but making is very difficult. Very difficult. You have a triangle, three-sided figure, or you can say three members in that. You take out one member, it goes away. That triangle doesn't remain triangle. It just becomes one angle, which is useless. You can't use that. But when third side is there, it becomes a figure. Figure is useful. You can find area of that figure. First figure is triangle. Do you know that? First figure in world is triangle. It can be measured, it can be used, but two lines of angle cannot be used. One line can never be used, and then only one point is just imaginative. So if you have a confidence, you can make a triangle, you can use it, and if you don't have confidence, you can break the triangle and leave that forever. So my dear, what I say is management or organization in engineering and elsewhere depend on your triangle capacity. Geometrically, it is a triangle that makes a figure, and angle of this triangle, internal angles are one, this is you can say 180 degrees. I'm just referring something, not because it's part of the story. So triangle and three sides, tri-sides, it indicates that you have started something. Your work can be measured, and before that you are nowhere, you are not existing. You're just in somewhere lost world. Now you are a manager, you are an engineer, you have to do something. You are a scientist, you have to do something. You are a politician, you have to do something. But do you that? If you don't have any design of your work, you don't have any in your mind something I can do this way, you will now do this way. You will try something and break it. Because you are having a ego, you don't want to understand, without understanding, without learning, without any basis of that, you start moving in darkness. You start moving, that's true, that's good, but you must have basis of that. If you don't have legs and you start walking, can you walk? You need a wheelchair. Do you have the wheels? You neither have legs nor have wheels. How can you walk then? You can't. How can you move? You can't. But people do that. God gives you knowledge. Remember, God makes your way how to go here and there. I believe that. Not only believe, I use it. I use this phenomenon that biggest power, superpower is God, irrespective of religions. I respect religions, but I don't accept them because this is all human creation. Human had no work one time, so he did all this. Simply, human was not busy in knowledge making, knowledge earning, or going scientific way. Yeah, plenty of time human might have those days. Maybe I'm talking when this world started. So what to do? 24 hours 7, what to do? Do something like this. Imagine and speculate, and just because you are getting food, be thankful to God. And means make your own world this way rather than going in best way. Management and engineering organization is very important term for everybody. No engineering means no world. Simple. If there is no engineering, there can be nothing in this world. Nothing. If there is no agriculture, then you can't have food. If there is no civil engineering, you can't have any single room. Nothing else. You can't have nothing. You have nothing. If there is no environment, you don't know what to do, how to do something, how to control air, how to purify this and that, how to live organic and healthy life. Every engineering is having some scope in life. Therefore, engineering and medical, these are two professions. Those are very important for survival. Without this, life cannot move. Health system and wealth system. Health is engineering, I'm saying. Health is medical, which serves everyone, and wealth is delivered by engineering. Wealth means assets, material assets. Engineering converts a jungle, a desert, a forest, woods into cities, towns, industries. Nobody else. If we go affirmatively, positively, it's very difficult. Constructive way is very difficult and time consuming. Destruction way is very easy. You can break a wall, you can break a car, you can kill someone, you do something that destroys something. Very easy, very easy. Explosion is very easy, construction is very difficult. Positive attitude is very difficult to maintain. Negative attitude is very nice, you can do it, use it. If you construct something, it takes time, it takes your energy, it takes your thought, and it also creates, it also gives you enemies. They are way. You say you are a very good person, you are honest, you are sincere, you are working or work oriented, and you believe in work. And there are many people there when you work. Everybody is not like you, and you are not like others. You are having positive attitude, you want to do work, you want to move forward. But all are not having positive attitude, all are never. You may be spending more time on your work. Everybody doesn't want that. I am talking this all because this pertains management, this person's organization. You have willpower, you have some aim in your life, other than the scope what you are given as job, you want to do more than that. You stretch your time, you stretch your work, you stretch your energy, and do that. Work that. There maybe this is very difficult actually. Working constructively, integrity with integrity and sincerity, it's very difficult because you, for every success of your work, for every act on your work, you get some enemy, you get some jealous persons in your, even in your office, in your department where you, why this person is working so much? They won't appreciate that. They would say, why this person is working that much? Because that person is scared of you. Because that person is exposed now. You are doing hard work, more work. That person is not doing that. That person doesn't want to do that, but that wants to survive. So that person finds you are a danger for that person. They want to show they are working hard, they are hardworking, they are sincere, they are faithful, but they don't want to work. They want to show only what they are working, that is work. This is human nature. That's what I'm saying. If you want to demolish something, it's very easy. But if you want to construct something, it's very difficult because it's hard and it's time consuming. It's slow fire. You are good, you are working, you are advancing, you will create many fires around you. And they will try to pull your legs and sell you. They won't tell you, they shall show they are friends, but from behind scene, they will start using their sword against you. You should keep this also in mind when you enter management world or you enter organization world. You should keep this margin that there are such devils in this world everywhere. I call them devils because they are destructive people, and destruction means some devil is working because devil cannot construct. Construction is not in devil's hand because devil is always impatient. Devil cannot wait. Devil cannot wait. A bloodsucker cannot wait. A thief cannot wait. A robber cannot wait. A politician who is a crooked one cannot wait. But scientists wait. Engineers wait. They take time and do. I say I have to construct a building. I cannot say when it's constructed. Is it possible? No, it's not possible. I can't show magic on that. Oh, I keep my hands like this. Okay, this is constructed. This is imagination. Oh, Vishwakarma came, Vishwakarma did this, and Sadamapuri was constructed. No, this is imagination. It's never happened like that. If you want to, even you bring prefabricated house, prefabricated something, you have to install those members on site, member by member, which takes time. But you say, no, I do this, blessings, and this is done. This is different. That's what I'm saying. That is speculation, not existing. But what I'm talking is practical. Even it takes 9 months for generation of a kid. It's not done like this. Everything has its approach and its procedure. So management should be taken into that soul, that spirit. Remember again, I say, nuclear reactor has both functions. You can chain react. You can chain react uranium or thorium or whatever. You can enrich that, and you generate heat for both, either for electric power generation or from bomb. You can do both. One scientist is same. Scientist is same for both. There's no difference in that. Scientist is same for both. Scientist knows both formula. How to circuit a bomb or how to circuit your electrical power station using nuclear technology. But power station construction is same. Nuclear reactor is same. It takes time, it takes structure, everything. We have to do that. Even if you are using for gamma rays up there, you have chemistry there. You need thick wall there so that these gamma rays do not penetrate out. Do not, no, these rays do not harm public. But it gives you turbine based, energy after getting heated, and same thing can give. You can develop bomb. Both are. But that scientist who believed in developing bomb, that can't be called good scientist. For what you develop this? For killing others. Your purpose has not passed him. And those who are killing others, their purpose is not passed him, whosoever they are. In history, they did something. Now they will be something. If you think of beating other, you are not human being, simple. If you want to kill others because you are powerful, you are not human being, you are devil. You have no right because you can't make some. Can you make human? You can't make. You want to kill others because of your abuse of power. First, you kill yourself. Can you kill yourself? You can't kill yourself. Then what right you have got to kill others? If you can, you kill yourself and come back. You kill yourself and take birth your own so that you express your power. Say, I am powerful. I kill myself and I reborn myself. Can you do that? So why do you kill someone? You are powerful not because of your power, because of God's power. God bless you, that's why you are powerful. You forget that. There is nothing here for him. Everything belongs to God. Earth belongs to God. So why should I boast I am this and that? Even now I am speaking, it's not listen, my power. No, not at all. It's not my body, not at all. I'm just using it like house. I use house. The house doesn't belong to me. When I leave, the heart doesn't go with me. Why don't I think that way? When nothing belongs to you, why you own it? Why you force I own it? Yes, you own it on papers. Papers only. You use it, you are authorized to use it only or sell only, that's all. Even if you sell it, somebody else will use it. So it's not yours. You have got money back and you sold it. So this means this was not yours. It's not you. This like not yours. Even your body is not yours. It doesn't go with you. These are very factual ways of life. Why don't you understand this? God did not send you here for fighting, but you fight. Why should God send you for fighting? What God will achieve with that? But you are human being. Human is very weak. Human has confidence in negative powers. Human has no trust in positive powers. Because positive work is very difficult. Agricultural engineering is time consuming. There is some time requirement. This time is allowed for growing of crops, and then you have to reap crop. It takes time. It's not that today you saw it, tomorrow you get it. No, it's not. It doesn't work that way. Nature has established a system for everything. Nature means God, whatever you can call it. There is a system for everything. Solar system we call. There are many solars maybe. Birth system we call. Human system we call. Death and life we call. Flood we call. Work of sea we call. Work of earth we call. Whatever we call. System, and organization. Everything happens there. Many times I said about this system, why earth is existing. Have you ever thought of why it's how it can exist? You think of and understand yourself. Whole universe is working. Whole universe. Or many universes are working. There's some organization, there's some management, or some, if not management, some soul energy is there that keeps intact everything. That's real point. That's what I say. Management is far different. Organizational method is far different than what we think is right. We want to complicate it while it is easy. We want unduly complicate that while it should be easy. We want to overburden it while it's easy. That's our weakness. We want to show to others sometimes, see what brilliance it is and what I have done this. Remember, color is not important on papers, figure is important. Basic is that your line work should be very nice. It should be consistent. You can fill in colors anytime. Colors are not important. Line work is important. Your mind is important. What level of mind you apply for something, that's important. And that's where engineering takes birth. Your line work. What is your line work? What is triangle axis, triangle work? What is rectangular work? What is a polygon work? Because you progress up, you start with a point, then you make a line, then you make angle, then you make figure, and a square, and rectangle, and tall, polygon, this and that, and this. And then you say, I have it so many like this. Yes, that's right. Step by step you made it. You didn't make it like this, huh? But delusion. There's no solution to delusion. Illusion, odd illusion. There's no solution to them. Solution is only work. Work is important. And that's why some people say work is worship. That's true. It's worship and work both are same. If I don't work, imagine, I have done this, finished, I have done my dream. You take from your dream. Dream is another word that would assist you, but you have to work. Engineering means work. To be very frankly speaking, engineering means work. Engineering means knowledge. Engineering means thought. Engineering means thinking. Otherwise, there's no engineering. Social engineering. What do you call social engineering? This is your one you are using. But ultimately, you're calling engineering. Social or anti-social, you're calling it engineering. Engineering means use of mind, simple, very simple. I have one understanding. Engineering means work of mind. Not only work, analysis of work. Analysis of every item. Analysis of every entity. Analysis is an extremely important item in engineering. If you can't do that, you are a failure. That is very important. Analysis. If you know analysis, it's fine. You won't be successful. And if you don't analyze, you won't be. Because analyze means application of mind. Analysis means application of mind. And once analysis is done, it's well understood, then this is assembly only or synthesization only. Synthesis means collection of information into one unit. Humidity is very high. I am using two fans simultaneously, but humidity is still there. It's not going away. My dear engineer, don't underestimate yourself. Your knowledge is for you and forward. Use your mind. That's purpose of engineering. No other purpose. If you can't use your mind, then you can never work as an engineer. If you always believe in instruction, somebody should instruct you and you have to do that, then you cannot work engineer. You cannot be engineer. Yes, that's part of learning. It's okay. But if you think something, you start becoming engineer. Remember, those who started concrete development, how they started. Those who thought of cement, how they got cement, from where they got cement. Ultimately, someone might have done it in history. What is lime? How could someone discover lime? How can lime be used? How can we produce cement from lime? You see, this is a sequence of science. Cement is cement is a composite material. It contains lime, silica, and many chemicals. Maybe you public don't know that, but it does that. Lime and cement are no different, but we say it is different. Cement is no material, but we say it's a material. Cement is the property. It's property of what? It's a function. Cementing material, we say. It's not material, original material, it's cementing material. It cements other materials together. Cement means connection, fixing of two. It's like glue. Cement and lime. Lime is also same. It's cementing material. This means somebody might have understood this using mind or using experience or by trial and error. Same way, this indicates that those persons used to think. How radium was discovered? Madame Marie Curie, how she Madame, you might have heard this story in your schoolings. Discovery of radium. What I mean to say, I am a human being, you are a human being. Those scientists were also human beings. Those researchers were also human beings. They were no different. Same sun was there, which is now. Same stars were there, which are now. What is different? Same air was there, which is now. Only speculation. We think, oh, this was a different world. No, there was no difference. It's same. All ever same. No difference. Here we think is different because we think that way. We don't accept facts of life. When we accept facts of life, life changes. Science is fact of life. Delusion is not fact of life. Religion is not fact of life. Science is fact of life. You are fact of life. Thinking is fact of life. Material is fact of life. Agriculture is fact of life. World lives, earth is fact of life. Air is fact of life. These are facts. These are agencies God has given us. We don't respect them, we respect imagination. All religions are same. No use at all. I am not discarding religions. I am just trying to say this is imaginative. We can't prove it, but we believe it. This only our belief equal to prove. We assume this okay because we have some kind of cowardice in ourselves. It means we have a feeling if I don't accept this, I'll be punished. This threat, this threat has been caused among people by some people of their own interest, because of vested interest, a threat has been caused. If you don't accept this, you will face problems. You will be punished by that God, by God. I don't understand how. How to understand? So this world, God-given world, God-given earth, God-given trees, God-given crops, God-given human being, God-given material. Now, why should God punish me if I don't do this? Which God say worship me? Which God nobody worships? Did some God come down and tell you you have to worship me? No one said that. But we do it. We respect. Okay, that's something. Respect is I'm not talking. Don't go this side. But attitude is important. Attitude. That's important. God has given you proof. He's given you material here. Earth is material. Everything you're getting from earth. And you're hammering that earth. You are sitting on a branch of a tree and you're cutting that tree branch, right? This is negative engineering you are doing. Earth is for you, air is for you, sky is for you, fire is for you, everything is for you, but you are cutting everything. This is engineering. This is intellectual. No, it's not intellectual. What I say, be intelligent. If those people who are well educated in profession and if they don't talk like this, they become only ordinary person of society. Oh, this is life. Life has to move like this. If you ask something, someone, see, this is life. Life moves like that. You have to move like this. Very simple excuse. Life is like that. Life is not like that. Your attitude is like that. Your attitude is corrupted. You have greed in your mind. You have avarice in your mind. You want to get more and more, more and more for you, for your kids, for your wife, for your relatives, and then you leave this world and go. Just imagine a person who has billions of dollars with him, trillions of dollars, say, what's the purpose of that? Ultimately, it comes from equation, it comes from material from earth. It does not, you did not get this money from skies, you are getting this material from earth only. You are not adding something to earth. You are using that material. Tell me any person who added some material to earth. Everybody, every country, everyone is taking material from earth and then says my property. How it is your property? You use this material for something because you had knowledge. That's it. You used, you invented aluminum, you invented steel, you invented this and that, you invented gold and silver and all that and platinum and everything. Now how it's yours? It is now yours. What did you do in this? You just extracted it and this ore and processed it out, extracted this material from that. That technology also was given to you by someone, or you insist on that. So my statement is nothing is yours. This is no question of God should tell you, you should understand this. You did nothing. You only used resources. So engineering resource, used for engineering is very important. When we when we do engineering, we do sciences, we create problems ourselves. Plastic is a problem, our created problem. Air pollution, we created. Means this all negative engineering. By unknowingly or knowing it happened, whole world knew in 1950 that this petroleum would cause this problem. There is written report, but nobody cared for this. Is concealed that. In 1950, it was reported that this extraction of petroleum from sea would cause pollution problem. But they wanted this, whole world wanted this. Gulf people enjoyed, they sell petrol. Middle East people send petrol. Now America is also doing that. Ultimately, it's not yours. You're extracting it from somewhere. Extraction may be your technology. Material is not yours. This is all negative engineering. You have been damaging, you have been deteriorating nature, you are not valuing earth, where you are respecting God one day, the Bible or Quran or Gita or whatever is there. You are showing you are worshipping God. No, you are not worshipping God. You are lying. You are not worshipping God. If you can't create God creation, can't respect God creation, you are not worshiping. You are breaking its material in His presence, and you are saying, Father, I am worshiping you. I am breaking your material. I am worshiping you. I am breaking. Oh Namo Shivaya, oh Namo Shivaya, or Bible or what? I am breaking your material. What is this? You are breaking its creation. If I do something and somebody breaks, I feel very hearted up. I'm losing. I've made so many, spent so many days on this, and this my friend is breaking this. Should I not feel angry? I'll fight with the way of breaking this. So what should God do then? God is an engineer also. God is a doctor. God is an engineer. God is a professor. God is a teacher. God is a worker. God is everyone because that person is working through everyone. So God is a thing. If I burn petrol every day, I finish petrol. What is petrol? He was asked. It's material below sea. You extract from their offshore, you call it offshore. You go to offshore, extract from where did it come? Did you ever think of that? From where did it come? It didn't come from you. You did not pour petrol into sea and they are extracting. No, it's not that. It was result of chemical action based on fuel, based on fossils of whom fossils of those those entities, those souls, those bodies which are below surface of sea, in waters, in depth of waters. They die, become fossils, and fossils come flowing from somewhere else also. So this is fossil fuel which you got it in many centuries. It doesn't come in one day. So you have destroyed that, and still you are destroying. Then this resulted in cars, industries, and all that, which further you are deteriorating. You are doing that. For cars, you needed steel, you need fiber, you need rubber, you need so much you need for that. So you got it also from somewhere. You got steel invention, aluminum you got, fiber you got, plastic got. Everything you are getting for name of development, but you are not developing. You are just enjoying comfort. So ultimately, for that point also, you are spoiling air, you are spoiling water, and you are spoiling everything. Your past, your forefathers did something good for you. They left this world sustainable, but you are making it unsustainable, non-sustainable. To move on is no need of sustenance. Why do you want to sustain? Sustaining forget. If you remain sick and eat tablets. That's why I talk of soil. Earth is nothing but soil. Earth is nothing, it's soil. Soil, rock, whatever is there is soil. We don't care for our body is soil. What is this? Water and soil, plastic, blood, all same. Until we consider ourselves an integrated part of nature, an integrated part of universe, and until we take it into reality that it's duty of everybody to help nature just like we help ourselves, we help our homes, we help our families, we help everything, we should help. Because that is first person to be helped with. That person gave us everything. We should preserve that person's property. But no, we are not. That's why I say think of. Books won't make you thinker. Books won't. You learn books for knowledge only, not for thinking. If you think, if you have power of thinking, you are better person. You are better because you have that quality to think. You are not alone interested in money making. You are thinking of durability of that life, the happiness of that life. That's very important. I'm not very much happy to talk at length with journal, but what I observe now, I think it's better to explain to people, explain to youth, to adolescents, what they should do. Because youth and adolescents are only people who encounter you, who speak against you, who question you. I'm not afraid of questions, and no one shall be if you have knowledge, at least some knowledge, if not all knowledge. These persons attack you because they think you are young. You are energetic, but you are not having conscious. And it's to some extent true, to some extent. Because when you are too young, you are very much anxious. You want to get everything immediately. That is your objective. I should get this. I should get that. I should get this. I should get. But you don't know how to what level. What level? At that time, you have job, you have money. You are very happy that I got job. I'm busy. I'm getting money. I enjoy my life. Right? You want to enjoy life because you are money holder, you are a wealthy person, so you enjoy that. Okay, enjoy that. That's no problem. But what about those who worked for you and you just paid them their dues and my relation is over? There are very points, many points in our engineering that we have to understand. And if you don't understand, this means we have no mind. And we have no mind means we are not engineers. Think plus use mind. Think plus use mind equal to engineering work. Think covers everything, and the use of mind covers everything practically. Well, ours is too long now. Soil, soil, which is you can say birth of, which is father of, which is mother of development. You can say if there is some mother and father of development, I should say it is soil. Soil is a rejected material. Soil is very powerful material, and soil is very, we can say, gentle material. People don't respect it for decoration purpose. Sometimes they may put on their heads, and this is my soil. That is emotional. That's not real. Real is that it's your material. You use this material, and you are already using it everywhere. Your houses are existing on ground, on earth. That itself is intended. You are integrated with this. We are not having these days, normal life. Life is disturbed now. Yes, there's a phase comes in life every time. Some people get depressed and some do not. If depression people are powerful, the quantity, say 1.5, 1.4, whatever percentage, you think so? Your 1.5, 1.4% is good for something, use that. Otherwise, you create percentage yourself. You know mathematics, you know engineering, you know formula. You yourself assess what you are doing, what you should not do. Every person is not strong in working all over life. I am also one of them. Foundation requires what? What foundation requires? I want to construct a foundation. What I require? I want information about that foundation. How much load it is getting, how much forces are coming to this, and all relevant talks we make every day. Soil gives me power. Soil gives me confidence that I can put my foundation here. Soil gives me confidence that I can lay railway tracks here. Soil gives the confidence because people are not. People are not bound. by scope. They should be bound by scope, but they're not. My soil is very valuable. It's very valuable. I don't consider it invaluable. I don't know what is below soil and below soil. If I go below my house 1 kilometer, what shall I get? I don't know. What shall I get at 2 kilometer? I don't know. And it's not possible to know. But there is a support system. There is a graphic system, electronic graphic system, which is. If you go back to soil now, you know, soils classifications, soil strength, and soils components, names of soils, chemical names, ordinary names, others. We have gone through files, we have gone through texts of book and cohesive soils, sandy soils, other soils, rock soils. So many classes of soils are there. We have covered one file and the file we are talking of now. This applied, sorry, this one, this subject where theory exists, formula exists, material exists, everything exists. We go through that, we read that. But do we apply that? Question is this. We reading, we have knowledge of that, we read it, we do everything. But as far as application, do we apply that? That's my point. If we can apply what we understand, what we know, then some results will certainly come. Either application may be right or application may be wrong. It will be there. And also, in dream, no one is rich and no one is poor. So we have to dream too. Dream not by closing eyes, by open eyes. Vision, objective, that's our dream. If you don't have that, then you are not surviving. You are just lying. If you are in school, you don't go to 10 classes for 1 month. Different period is something different. Now go back to soil subject. That is Mount Morillonite. This file which I open now, this file of soil. I, I, there are two files I written in this text video. In beginning of text, it's there. Sorry, this is introduction to properties and utilization. I think that's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Sorry, gentlemen. Little yawning because continuous talking. This talk we did till yesterday regarding this file, and we talked about this about clay mineral. Clay mineral. Clay means a different kind of soil. Clay is very good for your agriculture, and it's not good for foundations. This is property of this clay. In simple terms, clay is it's water. You can say it has having relation with water. You can't see my mouse. Clay has very beautiful and pleasing relations with water contents. You can say water and soil of clay are very related together positively. When clay drinks water, it swells like anything. It doesn't reduce its volume. It enhances its volume. And when you eat potato too much and don't stop eating some hours a day, you will feel like as if you are and excited and energized. Feel like that. Water enters soil and because it reduces its property, damages its property. And when you take out water from there, a different kind of soil. Atterbuck's limits we have read in our syllabus of foundation engineering, soil. Atterbuck's scientist, agriculturist, or whatever you say, he said addition of water to soil changes its properties, changes its conduct totally. That's the quantity of percentage of water in a soil in which percentage when it reaches that level, your soil water, if they are contained in, you can say, unconnected channels, their flow is no value. It's not right. I'll was down all of this. Just a minute, I'll be back and put some. I told you my just 2 minutes I will take. I'll put some food for birds. Just a minute, excuse me for 1 minute. Let me be back. It's very important, otherwise I forget because I did not do that due to I thought it will be rain. I don't think this rain. Let me go and finish. So montmorillonite clay, powerful clay in a way, it's dangerous to it's dangerous to foundation, but it's not dangerous otherwise. Clay, montmorillonite that comes from bentonite, it's actually ordinary soil with power of expansion and power of contraction, power of swelling or power of reducing its strength. Both. So Chaudhary Raju, good morning. Thank you very much. I think you are not sleeping. Very good. You are not sleeping, but world is sleeping. So let's say, as we understood before that clay mineral is an important material available in nature. Clay is a mineral with an increasing understanding of clay structure. Montmorillonite is realized viable for an enhanced performance in a variety of materials and products in area of catalysis, food, food, additive, antibacterial function, polymer, sorbent, etc. So many you see so many connections with others. So it is catalyst, it says catalysis, it is food additive, it is antibacterial function, and you know antibacteria, what is that? Polymer, and you know what is polymer? This is related to plastics, sorbent, etc. And significant development in use and application of montmorillonite has seen in recent time, not before. So we are talking of montmorillonite, what structure it has, what properties it has, and particularly, you know, particular discuss what's utilization of this material. You can say montmorillonite, which is a kind of clay mineral, is introduced in terms of its natural source. Okay, we know natural sources, chemical structure. That's much more important because chemical structure can explain to us what actually we are talking of, and physical and chemical properties, which is much more important because once we know chemical structure and other structure, we can say what's physical and chemical properties it has. So that's analysis actually. If you want to try to know what's the structure, you can say it's part of analysis of that. And functional and chemical properties and functional utilization. Important physical and chemical properties, important physical and chemical properties that are summarized in, and as particle of layered structure, we have to see as particle, as molecule, as layered structure, molecular structure, cation exchange effects, barrier property, and water absorption. And then functional utilization of montmorillonite, that is its effects on chemical structure. Important functions utilizing montmorillonite is to include food additive for health and stamina, for antibacterial activity against tooth and gums. This means it's useful for tooth and gums, and also to, you can say, understand other properties, just like non-ionic, you can say anionic, cationic, and use a, you know organic synthesis, unorganic synthesis. Now, so we can say in this, History, I'm not going to touch, already we have discussed. Then after that, you can say technology is more important, which you have to understand. Nanotechnology is also the is hallmark of scientific world. Nanotechnology regarding clay mineral and mint moralite and science of clay. What is science actually, and what is prehistoric time, and how human use this, and also ceramists use non nanoparticles in old times, and nanotechnology is knowingly scientific utilization of nanoparticles. Use of kaolin maybe track back to, you know, it's a BSC in China, it's a BC China, so much year old Chinese China clay we call it. Generally we know China clay, and this is kaolin, Kaolin, and this is called, kaolin. This is kaolinite. It contains kaolinite. It contains quartz. It contains mica. It contains feldspar. It contains elite. It contains morillonite. So it contains so many materials in that. You see, kaolinite. That is China clay I'm talking. Kaolinite, quartz, mica, feldspar, elite, and morillonite. That is called China clay. KO line, that is KO line. KO line we are saying, but this is clay, spelling is different. Maybe in Chinese term they call it that clay after all. This is line. So maybe they are not using C, they are using KO in that place. So line it is. Well, it doesn't make a difference, let's say. Historically leave it, and then character of clay mineral is a very fine material. Its grains are very fine, sometimes 0.0001 or 2.0002 mil. So it's very fine material, and it has in this quartz, mica, feldspar, iron, aluminum oxide, colloidal. Clay particles are finer in layered silicates. Silicates we are talking ultimately it is silica tetrahedra. Silica tetrahedra, and it's lesser than 0.001 mm diameter. So we are talking something which can't be seen by eyes. This is that material, and it has like groupings. You see, it's kaolinite as we talk of kaolinite and smectite. So let us say kaolinite is kaolinite, dactite, nectite. There's chemical composition and all that. I'm not going to tell that. And its members are polymorphous, composing the same formula in different states. Now, there is another one, smectite. Smart modernize that part. Smectite group is previous group was kaolinite. This group is smectite, and in smectite it's Mount Morillonite, then pyrophyllite, and then talc, and then vermiculite, sauconite, saponite, nantronic, and these are based on level of water, and then elite, which is elite, and of course there is an amesite, amesite, and caramopite. So these are certain groups members, and then other one is chlorite groups, cookite and nemite and so on. Now major group of clay, we know what actually they say we should understand, because understanding is also very important, and the refreshing of history discussed. Refreshing is also very important. I don't know, I'm feeling thirsty again. I should take some water more. Maybe I'm speaking in loud voice. That's pretty possible here, but this cause a problem. I will practice some water. Sorry, I don't know. I'm thirsty. It's already around 4:49. So So I say Kelonite has three members. Kelonite group has three members, including kelonite, dictite, and negerite. Kelonite, dicite, D-I-C-K-I-T, and necrite, N-A-C-R-I-T. And there's a formula, we leave it. Then there's elite, that is elite group, and it is mineral elite actually, represented by mineral elite, and this is common clay. This is elite. General formula is something to leave it. Similar to montmorillonite group with silicate layers, especially silicate layers are there in montmorillonite, and sandwiching and aluminum oxide, hydroxide, etc. This aluminum oxide, the hydroxide layer in same staking square. Then chloride group is a little large chloride. It's not necessarily considered a part of clay, therefore it's placed as separate group of phyllosilicate, phyllosilicate, and members in chloride group are mesite, camosite, cocaite, and diaphragmite. We're saying formula and structure, and no general formula. And variety of clay minerals. Variety of clay minerals based on arrangements of tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. Tetrahedral and octahedral sheets, as we just discussed before, silica tetrahedra and all that. For example, 1:1, that is 1:1. Clay mineral would have one tetrahedral. 1:1 means one tetrahedral and one one octahedral sheet per clay layer, and 2:1 clay mineral would will contain two tetrahedral sheet and one octahedral sheet sandwiched between two tetrahedral sheets, and that is what it says. And morillonite, morillonite is an example of clay mineral having two tetrahedra and one octahedral sheet structure, and 2:1, 2:1 clay minerals are composed of an octahedral sheet adjacent to 2:1 layer. Structure for layers of various clay minerals with possible charge is shown. And now this mineral group are number one kaolinite, number two montmorillonite or smectite, and number three is elite, and number four is vermiculite and chlorite. Now, sheet structure for layers of clay minerals. We have already studied that. Refresh it just in 2-3 minutes. Natural reserves of montmorillonite are present in various parts of the world. This is an earliest discovery of montmorillonite was indicated in 1847 in Montmorillon in Yunanistan. So what we say in 1847 in Montmorillon in Vienna, and preference of France, however, use of montmorillonite for medicinal Medicinal means for medicines. Purposes may be over, over, or maybe over 200 cultures, uh, including ancient Egyptians, pre-Aztec, Amar, pre-Aztec, Amargosians, pre-Amargosians, uh, now you can see it was seen in ancient Egyptians, pre-Aztec Amargonosians, and native of Mexico, South Americans, and North Americans. A name used for non-modernite are known in different languages, including Mont-Morlanite, that is Mon Mor in Lo Neta, and Night is a Mont Mor in Lo Neta. That is in Portuguese, Catalan, and Spanish. And this is Malay, this is Dutch, and Greek area. Okay, we leave these places now. We go to the major Mount Moronite deposits are found in five places. Major deposits in five places are Himalayans, China Himalayans, and Ural, that's Pakistan, and Caucasian, Georgia and Russia, and Peru, that is Ecuador, and Wasatch, USA. Now let's move further apart from history. Now we talk of bentonite. Bentonite, what is that? Yes. Bentonite. Also, we studied yesterday, just refreshing it is, refreshing to you what we talked and what we are going to talk. This is about 5 and we'll talk it up to let us say 6 or 6:30 about this file. Bentonite is an important rock of clay. Bentonite is rock of clay found in nature. It's important source of Mount Morillonite. This means we get Mount Morillonite from clay. Bentonite. No, bentonite from bentonite. Bentonite. It's a rock that formed of highly colloid and highly colloid and glass. So bentonite, you can say clay comes from this very thing. Mount Morillonite come from bentonite. Now, variety of bentonite applications are result of its useful and interesting chemical, and you can say its properties actually result of its useful and interesting chemical and physical program. Now, now we go further, properties, etc. So what it says about properties, this is rheology and sorbent effect, plasticity, lubricity, high dry bonding strength, shear and shear and permeability and low compressibility, impermeability consistent. So you can say now let us talk of this. And okay, its main property is it is impermeability, it is low compressibility, this is as uh, sorbent effect and plasticity of course and lubricity, high dry bonding and high shear. Shear is important in this. Then natural bentonite particles are indistinguishable. Is mixed up in such a way, indistinguishable, and when from kaolin, Chinese, clay, mineral waved under scanning electron microscope. Uh, it is kind of thixotropic gel. It's engineering property actually thixotropic. Let me see what does it say. You can say thixotropy. I remember that. It's related to change in all right, now thixotropy. Let us see how it works. Where are you, my guy? Let us see. What's this? Oh, it's not coming in. Thixotropy. Skills that thixotropy is time-bound, time-dependent shear thinning property. Certain gels or fluids that are thick or viscous under static conditions will flow, become thinner, less viscous over time when and agitated. Say, thixotropy is reversible behavior of certain gels, certain gels that liquidy when they are shaken. So you can say thixotropy is reversible behavior of certain gels and that liquefy when they are shaken. Stir means when you do shit like this, they liquefy or otherwise disturb, and reset after being allowed to change them. Got it, I think. Let's put this off. That's thixotropy. That's very important point. So we can say it says that it's a property of thixotropic and thixotropic gel, and this exhibit properties of thixotropic gel formation with water. High water pressure is more important. Now thixotropy we understand what is that. Means we can liquidify it and change it, bring back. Now bentonite, which mainly contained in Mount Morillonite, was discovered, Schlegel discovered, etc. We go to now Mount Morillonite structure. Mount Morillonite, this we already discussed. That's refreshing so that we can further move. The structure is Mount Morillonite. It's chemical structure. I'm talking. It's not something physical. It's different. What we are talking is about molecular structure, atomic structure of this material. That structure we're talking of. Physical structure of molecular particle is generally perceivable in sheets and layers. Is perceivable in sheets and layers. Sheet and layer, Each layer is each layer is we can say each layer is composed of two types of structural sheets. Two types of structural sheets, octahedral and tetrahedral. These are sheets. Okay, see this the one is the octahedral and one is tetrahedral. Tetrahedral linked to neighboring neighboring tetra. So tetrahedral and tetrahedral groups are by sharing three corners resultant in hexagonal network. So this is tetrahedral, which is further having tetrahedral, and then in next hexagon network it share three corners resulting in the inner. Okay, and then remaining first corner of each in tetrahedron forms a part. That's it. Well, each layer we have tetrahedral and octahedral, and we have continuation with corners there. I know mouse is a problem today. I'm not able to see on file your mouse is. This is can say tetrahedral sheet is composed of silicon oxygen tetrahedron. Silicon oxygen tetrahedron is also quite gypsite. This silicon oxygen tetrahedron, and linked to neighboring tetrahedron by sharing three corners, resulting in hexagonal network. And Remaining fourth corner of each tetrahedra forms a path to adjoint, adjacent to octahedral shape. Now, octahedral sheath is usually composed of aluminum or no, come on to next one. Why sometimes ice, cause problem to me. Now, linked to neighboring tetrahedra by sharing three corners, resulting in hexagonal network. Remaining four corners of each of each of tetrahedron forms a part of adjacent octahedral sheath, and octahedral sheath is also composed of let's say let me see here. Okay, no problem. Then remaining remaining fourth corner at each tetrahedron forms a part of adjacent octahedral sheath. Says fourth corner of each tetrahedron forms a part of adjacent octahedral sheath. Octahedral sheath is usually composed of aluminum or magnesium, magnesium, in six-fold coordination with oxygen from tetrahedral sheath and with hydroxide. Two sheets together form a layer of several layers may be joined to in a clay crystalline by interview. Come on now, tetrahedron, octahedral, we'll talk further because you are very important for us, tetrahedra. And now let's go to this sketch here. This says Mount Morillonite, source Nicobar, INC, USA. Okay, that's source only. Let me state now, just to, you know, ah, some problem here also. Very tight clothes. Very tight. Okay. Now, source is NACO INC and is page 4. I'm repeating. Let us say certain property. This is theoretical formula and structure of Montmorillonite source. Like what says that? Say property is property name. We are given here properties and then what's answer or value of that here to show that. Number one is density. Density is 2.222 to 3 gram per centimeter cube. This is very normal, 2 to 3 grams. Say you can say concrete is 2.4 or 2.5. So it's heavy. You can say it's like concrete. It's heavy on. Alright, then go further. Crystal system. It says monoclinic. Then hardness. Hardness. How hard is this? Hardens when it is solid, how what response it gives on your hand. Alright. So hardness is 1 to 2 on Mohs scale, and soft processes fine grain occurred. My eyes actually causing me problems. It's because my eyes were operated both. One was of this side, the left was operated in 2010, and I think this was operated in 2012, 11 or 12. I find some retina problem in my eyes. Retina is not recovered yet. Doctor says that. Then the answer. uh, So see, this my problem is my retina and my eyes can't match. It's not have sleepy, my strain on my eyes becomes so difficult. When I speak, I don't find any problem. But when I read and speak, it's a problem. So I say fracture is irregular, uneven, and cleavage is perfect, and luster is 200. So hardness we know 1.3, and 1.2 and fracture irregular, uneven, and and cleavage is perfect. Problem is, you know, cleavage is perfect. Cleavage is perfect, and luster is earthy. Luster is earthy, and transparency is translucent. Color is white, buff, yellow, and green, rarely pale pink to red, and presence of high valence amine molecules of result. And When we talk of this kind of soil, we have to keep many points in our mind. Not only physical properties, also chemical properties. And Mount Moralite is having those properties. Variation in chemical formula of Mount Moralite is possible resulting from modifiable structure. Cation substitution introduces charge changes in depth, in embeddance system. You say that is here, you can say chemical chemical composition of very can so no, come on, let's say theoretical formula is this is a structure in nature in any form consists of water molecules. We too contain water molecules. Variation variation is there. Chemically is it is Mount Morillonite oxide. Is it is you can say France said that. France had said that. It is Ca 0.14, sodium 0.02 and bracket 2 and also Al 1.66, that's 0.46, L 0.4 is 16 and magnesium is 0.36, iron is 0.04. So we can say by thinking that oxide composition oxide composition comprises silicon and aluminum oxide. Silicon and aluminum oxides. However, it was predominantly calcium montmorillonite discovered at Montmorillonite. Dominant fractions was silicon, SiO2, silicon dioxide, and aluminum dioxide. So we can say this is chemical formula, which is not very important here to be detailed discussed because that's something to do with detailed work. An oxide composition comprises silicon and aluminum oxides. So there too it was silicon, SiO2 and aluminum. It says elementary molecules is based on units comprising silica tetrahedra and aluminum octahedra. These are very important, tetrahedra and octahedra, which actually forms your modular. When I sit in full chair, it generates heats. So I put on formula now. Layered structure, layered structure, you know, is based on molecular structures. Both are the tetrahedron and is, as I said, tetrahedron. And layered structure is influenced by presence of presence of charge in tetrahedral and octahedral shapes. A layered structure is influenced by presence of charge in tetrahedral and octahedral shapes. Isomorphous substitution in clay mineral mainly produces cleavage charge. This is isomorphous substitution. Isomorphous substitution is replacement of an element with another. This is so iso isomorphous substances is replacement of an element with another element in replacement of element with another element. This isomorphous. And mineral crystal without modifying its chemical structure. For example, Al3 can replace Si4. So isomorphous in that case, let us repeat it. This is a definition of isomorphous. Here replacement of alumina and silicon together. That's replacement of this to that. So it's isomorphous. It says a layered structure is influenced and a layer structure is influenced by presence of charge in tetrahedra, charge in tetrahedral and octahedral shapes. By information, tetra means four and octa octa means eight. Now it says isomorphous substitution. Again, I'm informing isomorphous substitution is if you replace one material with another one. It says substitution of mineral, clay mineral mainly reduces charge. Isomorphous substitution is replacement of an element with another element, and in this case, here we do the mineral crystal without modifying. Mineral crystal without modifying its chemical structure, and that example is alumina, aluminum Al3 can replace Si4 in tetrahedral coordination and octahedral coordination. Now, sheet present in montmorillonite are composed of 2 is to 1 structure. 2 is to 1 structure, two tetrahedral maybe, and The sheets in crystal plane have a negative charge. Uh, and hydroxyl group linked to aluminum magnesium. Electrostatic forces is primarily force of attraction between sheets, however it's fragile. Now we go to now it's a chemical composition ionic substitution. Chemical composition ionic substitution, large structure, right? You may say in this case chemical composition ionic substitution, layer structure, and particle size of natural clay minerals having important role in increasing creating a variety of minerals with specific characteristics. However, that medium that that structure was used to classify clay minerals. Now we say next one, that is Mont Morganite in nanoclay. Mont Morganite in nanoclay. We have to understand what is that first. That is Mont Morganite in nanoclay. Let's understand this again. We dealt it yesterday, but let's better understand other just to know more about this. Mont Morganite is basic raw material. We have to see that basic raw material used in producing nanoclay. Nano, which is one can say reaction up that is involved in gold anodes, and its basic raw material in producing nanoclay chemically. It can be described as hydrated, high, high, hydrated sodium, hydrated sodium, calcium, aluminum. So hydrated sodium, calcium, aluminum, magnesium, silicate hydroxide. So see how many chemicals are there in that. Hydrated we are saying because of water, and sodium hydrate, sodium, calcium, aluminum, magnesium, silicate hydroxide, and NaCa 0.33, Ai minus 2, Si4O3, OS2, SO. so long chain of materials in this. And that's why I'm going very slow on this to understand it because it's very important. Where is that going? Now let's say in clay polymer system, in clay polymer system, clay nanoparticle can be intercalated. Now let's go little lazy in this because we have to understand it what it says. Clay polymer system. Clay polymers. Polymer. What do you mean by that? Now say what I say. Clay polymer. Clay nanoparticle. Now can be intercalated or exfoliated. It is clay polymer and clay nanopolymer. Where clay crystal is, where clay crystal is used is a nanoparticle. It can be referred as intercalated clay. In case polymer chain, yes, yes, cells. Polymer chain, polymer chains are between clay particles. Clay particles until molecular doesn't come in. Molecular doesn't come in, and when a single particle of 0.18, no, important is that a particle of clay is constituent unit. It's referred as exfoliated. Clay platelets are isotopically dispersed in polymer. Uh, Isotopically dispersed in polymer. Important important required characteristics include particle size and surface area, and uh, aspect ratio. And clay polymer system, clay nanoparticle can be intercalated, excavated, but uh, come on next. Um, our length and breadth of particle can range from 1.5 micromilli, 1.5 micromilli, and micro means 10 to the power minus 6 down to few tenth of micro is sometimes we have to think about this material. When I say length is 1.5 micron meter, you have to think on this. It's what size it is. Because because one this your 1/10 is say 1/10, few tenths of a micron, length and breadth of particles. 14, 14 and this is range is 1.5 micromillicon down to few tenths of microns. And third dimension of particle in study is described as thickness. Third dimension, thickness, width, or diameter. Thickness, width, or diameter. That is third dimension. One is length, or otherwise is now we have to talk of aspect ratio. Diameter of diameter of particle is exceptionally smaller relative to its length. Mastering, measuring only one billionth part at a meter. Okay, so this is very important point that increased aspect ratio produce higher surface area. That's very important. Higher surface area. If your higher surface area means it's very fine material, and I think this is very fine material. And I remember that 1 gram of this material can produce on surface area of 750 square meter. This is 1 gram of this material. Since all particles, water particles, air particles, chemical particles, all produce same test. So let's go further. We review about that area, and one by one we have to understand that point was. Well, it's also related to drug carrier system, etc. So we are not going to discuss that because it has many uses in life, commercially, and it is interconnection chemistry. We leave that all in organics. Carbon exchange functional properties in functional properties are carbon exchange property and electrical conductivity and two more. So we are having benefit of a specific surface area, which is very important here. Now we'll go to, actually I want to talk in simple way, but every line is a formula here. Fine grained particles of clay, fine grained particles of clay result in an increased surface area per unit mass. Smaller particle size 0.002 to 0.001 mm in diameter results in significantly higher surface area where a large number of cations can be absorbed. These absorbed. Now let's go back, and this is potassium, sodium, etc. This is large site cations such as K, sodium Na, and Cs are located between layers, and that's the important point. Electrical conductivity. Electrical conductivity. There is no one in Congress. Electrical conductivity. No, this is clay particles are of course porous materials. These are not solid materials. Pore fluid influences electrical conductivity. You understand that? Pore liquid is water here. Pore liquid is water. Hydro we say. And it influences electrical conductivity, and electrical conductivity is meter second per minute. MS. Electrical conductivity of porous material is combination of electrical conductivities of matrix material and pore fluid. Matrix material means whatever material we have and water that shall allow what conductivity is. Air, water, and saline water. Air, water, and saline water. Air, water, or saline water may be present in pore, but are present, not question of maybe only, it is present. When pore liquid is of low conductivity, for example, air or water, bulk conductivity of clay, bulk conductivity of clay is contributed by matrix material, is contributed by matrix material, pore fluid having a electrical higher electrical conductivity. Conductivity means flow of electrical current through that part with a solid or material. Significantly enhances total electrical conductivity. For example, clay particles with significant porosity level, say 40 to 50%, half, porosity level, and saline water, saline water present in core, then bulk observes is mainly a contribution of pore fluid as right. Do you understand what I'm saying or not? I doubt you understand that. Let us discuss this further. Again, I read this. This is very important because not easily understood. I know it's not easily understood by people. It needs some backup. Repetition of reading. You want to understand this. And in addition to this humidity, I'm getting my the window I close and having some problem here with this hot air coming in now. Let me put it off. I think you will listen to some problem is management of. So I say it's a little better, I think. Maybe a little better now. Air, water, or saline water, what I say, air, water, or saline water may be present in pore. Air is present, water is present, or saline water is present. Could be when when pore fluid is of low conductivity. For example, air or water, bulk conductivity of clay mineral is contributed by maximum material matrix material pore fluid having higher electrical higher electrical conductivity significantly enhances total electrical conductivity of clay. Hmm? What do you mean that? Understand that? Bulk conductivity of clay material is contributed by matrix, whatever matrix material is there. Pore fluid having higher electrical conductivity significantly enhances and total electrical conductivity. Total electrical conductivity it enhances. This is very common point I am trying to explain. It says again I say there is air, there is water or saline water present in pores and when pore fluid is of low conductivity, say there is air, there is air or water and bulk conductivity of clay mineral is contributed by matrix material, pore fluid having a higher electrical conductivity significantly enhances total electrical conductivity. So electrical conductivity of everything they are present, that is air, water, saline water and matrix of this, shall in totality increase electrical conductivity of clay. Clay particles with significant porosity level 40 to 50%, significant porosity level 40 to 50%, and saline water present. in pores. In pores, then bulk conductivity is mainly conduct contribution of pore water. Bulk conductivity is mainly contribution contribution by pore water. In this case, conductivity in this case, there would be negligible difference in conductivities of sand and clay. So this almost higher content of clay particles, higher content of clay particles with 2:1 structure present, higher clay of content particles. Say higher content of clay particles with 2:1, 2 is tetrahedral and octahedral structure present in montmorillonite sample produces an increased bulk electrical conductivity. For non-saline soils, this effect was attributed to exchangeable cations. Exchangeable cations are to proton changeable cations or to proton transfer transfers from dissociation of transfer of dissociation of interlayer water content. A reduced level of interlayer water content, a reduced level of interlayer water content K in K saturated clays resulted in lowest electrical conductivity. Since clay content pore fluid, clay type, since clay content pore fluid clay type, saline water and water saturation influence. Influence soil conductivity. Assessment of electrical conductivity. Assessment of electrical conductivity of work reservoir rock may be used to estimate these factors. However, variation in in you know, in distribution of liquid and solid phases introduces variation and completion of variations and complication in electrical conductivity of heterogeneous medium. I will repeat these paras all again, don't worry. Just let us understand first. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization. In membrane polarization, negative ions are oriented to one end of path or under influence of DC Easy. Yeah. I think it is, you know, can say negative ions oriented to one end of core under influence of DC potential across clay pore, and this polarization and in study of soil clay counts content is soil can be determined using electrical computer. I'm feeling like this. I'll repeat this. Let me go to study again this electrical fast. Let me see electrical property and before that cation exchange property. These are functional properties. This is very important. Let me now talk it without explanation so that you remember what we did. Hope people may understand this difficult topic because this soil is difficult. That's true. Difficult not in theory, difficult in its conduct, difficult how it behaves. That's point. How it behaves. People are projecting many schemes. And they want to understand what it requires, what it requires, what it should do, how to follow it. I now say that I never say that it's easy material, but I say it is useful material. Useful in a sense, if it is there for foundation, it's dangerous, and if it's there for some other applications, it's good. So let us start with cation exchange property definition. Cation. Cation means important ions for this material because cation exchange capacity is a property of soil introduced by clay and organic matters. This is a real definition. Cation exchange property is a property of soil introduced by clay and organic matters. Its simple definition is that soil property introduced by clay and organic matters. Clay is like organic because it has too much organic in there. Now it's its in capacity of soil, its capacity of soil to hold cations, generally Al. Now again it comes to this. It is general that and described as quantity of positive charge. Cation exchange capacity is property of soil introduced by clay and organic matter, and capacity of soil to hold cations, generally aluminum, calcium, magnesium, and minerals, and zinc, copper, Fe, iron, Na, Ah, etc. And and described and described as quantity of positively charged positively charged ions held to be negatively charged to be negatively charged surface of clay minerals of negative charges as applied. This is main point here if you have understood. It may also be exchange gaps. It may also be, you know, it may also be termed as cation exchange cation exchange capacity, which is very important point in this mineral, in this bond plant. Cation exchange capacity shall decide about this important material. Okay, this is again very complicated. It may be termed as exchange capacity, CEC, exchange capacity, cation exchange capacity, symbol is CEC, that may be measured as a centimole positive charge per kilogram of soil. Now let's go further. Because it is CC that may be measured as a centinol positive charge per kilogram of soil or mils milli equivalent MEQ milli equivalent MEQ of positive charge per 100 gram of soil. Fine grained particles of clay is generally fine grained particles of clay, nothing very new in that. Fine grained particles of clay result in an increased surface area per unit mass, which is well known now. The smaller particles, say 0.002 to 0.001 mm or less, further less, and diameter results in significant higher surface area, which is very important to be known when a large a larger surface area of, this is. No, come on to. Another important point here, because we have to go like that, surface area we have known. Now, no. Now ionic submission after fine grained soils, particle size. Now ionic submission in sheet structure. Ionic submission in sheet structure produces useful modifications. Ions like Fe iron and aluminum are small. These ions are small, that is, iron and aluminum are small enough to enter tetrahedral coordination. That's it. They enter tetrahedral coordination with oxygen and substitute Si, this silica. So you can replace that and bring, you can substitute silica there. Similarly, cations like Mg, Fe, Li, Ni, and Cu can substitute substitute Al or Cl. All right, we will move further. Repetition is review only. We are just reviewing. You're not going to complete aerials and electrical conductivity now. This is just stopped. So we can review first, then we go to something else. Already it is 6:19 and I cannot take more time on this. Clay particles are porous minerals, materials, porous. They can, they have voids, and these voids are filled with, you can say, voids. With a polymer. When you coil something, we say clay particles are porous materials, and pore fluid that is available there. Pore fluid influences electrical activity. There is no air, there is no water, saline water, and this matrix. If you say overall, in a gross manner, total conductivity increases because presence of liquid there. This is, you can say, total result of this. Clay particles is significant force positive lines for. Yeah. Now, you can say further, higher content of particles, higher content of particles with structural presence. Yes, 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 yes. Higher cement particles with 20 to 1 structure present in non-monolite Sample produces increased both galactical conductivity and non-saline salts. So that is over. And of course, there's distribution of liquid and solid part phase introduces various and dissociation of interlayer water contents because of changes and reduced level of interlayer water contents saturate clays in a clays reduce in lower electrical conductivity if there's reduction of water. Now since clay content pour water, clay content pour water is affected, which affects conductivity. So distribution of electrical ions around all. Now we go further. Let's go to heat resistance. Heat resistance, it is electrical conductivity and heat because electrical and heat both are interrelated. Electrical energy and heat both are because ultimately electrical energy is nothing but heat. Hmm. Mount Moralite is a good heat insulator. Heat insulator. It stops heat to flow. Insulator means that it stops heat to flow. And its heat resistance effects are obtainable, means it resists heat flow. So it is an additive to any substance. If you add this to substance, it will certainly impact on property of that substance. So this is an area of significance in this case. This is an area of significance that research to produce thermal barrier effects in composite material structure. Yes. If you want to use some material and make its resistance to thermal flow, then more light is a proposition for that. And maybe research has been conducted or this, I'm not sure, because people just conduct research and they get more information about that. This means if this material is used with some other material, that material can enhance that its thermal resistance or heat resistance properties. Thermal barrier, if you produce there, thermal barrier properties of clay minerals used in heat resistance and flame resistant application. Now, nanoclay is currently used extensively. Nanoclay, as I said, is currently used extensively in university and investigated in polymer composite to obtain and 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 if you go to various properties, you'll find that. So thermal barrier is one property, and variation in expansion under heat effects for metal, polymers, and ceramics. Metals, polymers, and ceramics had been noted. Order of thermal expansion, magnitude in polymers, metal, and ceramic may be indicated as going down. Now, polymer to metal and ceramic. Let us see how it works. A relative order Relative order is based on values of linear thermal expansion. Relative order is based on values of linear thermal expansion coefficient, which are in range of 20, 3 to 20, 3 to 5 ppm degrees Celsius for polymers, metals, and ceramic respectively. And what do you say? As properties, relative order is based on values of linear thermal expansion coefficient, which are in range of 20 20 10 20 100 into 100 and 3 to 20 and 3 to 20. Increased thermal stability of monomer introduces its use of filler in other materials. Okay, water absorption. Water absorption. This is another property. I think we should continue hold here. Let me see. Let us see how to do it. Water absorption. Well, I think this file may take tomorrow also. This is page 6. Because I'm going very slow on this. This is very effective file in fact. This file and maybe one more. This file is very effective. Other file is, this is one file. This will be another file which I have not yet shared that because of some technical problems with Facebook. It allowed 2 3 files later on. There's some disturbance in that, so I have to upload that file for some video, and that file is differential curves, differential thermal curves, and that's very important in a sense. It tells us if you heat at different temperatures, at heat at different up to let's say 700 800 degrees Celsius. If you heat up this the samples of monomer, you will find various changes in that property, and those changes will dependent on temperature change and differential properties of temperature change, which means say it expands or doesn't in relation to some other known material. If there's a oven in which there's one material, relative material, which in comparison to that we measure our samples at different temperatures and different temperatures and differential curves we obtain, which tells us that there is peak change, and that peak change is either if say temperature is less than our temperature is less than that temperature of that material, comparative material, standard material we install for heat. That's called endothermic change. And if it's more than that, it's endothermic, and then it's exothermic change. And those curves will tell us this is Montemoreland or is something else. Just to identify which soil is that, the thermal conductivity will tell us. That's very different type of technology research work. After this file is over, I'll start taking another file of structure first. The structure of this material, what structure it is means, what we have to study means, how this is oriented. We are talking of octahedron, we are talking of tetrahedron. What actually these are, how they are connected. This we have to understand in little details, and then we have to think of that material, that one thermal curves that we have to do. Now I'll just take water absorption. This is remaining in this, and in remaining is functional utilization, and then resistant to nausea and diarrhea, and then it is, can say, resistance to tooth decay is medical oriented, and then the drug delivery system and absorption of DSF, then absorption of a toxic heat material. So I will now, I like to stop here for this very much complicated file, because it is complicated in the sense that this is technological subject, new one, and new in a sense, we little, we know very little about montmorillonite, kaolinite, and like that. Just we say China clay, we say, and we say all this, and we have to understand tetrahedral and octahedral arrangement, which is on sheets of paper. Though it's imaginary, but it's not imaginary in the fact if you use microscope to find that. We have to understand how it changes and how very very, if you understand this, if you understand this, this file, yeah, if you understand this file, it takes time, it's difficult. If you understand this file contents, if you understand clay, what's bentonite, what's monomononite, what's scalonite, what is thermal effect, what's electrical effect, when we understand this, I think many problems on foundations and engineering we can handle safely, and we can understand nature of soil. Then further testing through material testing laboratory. Material testing laboratory open. Okay, now I'll I'll leave it to you about this file because it's already 6:30, and I have to take time on FIDIC. So absorption of toxic heavy metals is this. Then Mount Morillite in biopolymers, also effects of fiber forming polymer, and geological and flame retardant finishing of cotton fiber, and geological repository to what spent nuclear fuel, and then these are actually interesting one to me. I have to take them little slow and with some sleepy eyes because of their impact and environment concern. The environment concern is there because this is considered green chemistry. In organic synthesis, morolite means it gives you green chemistry in organic synthesis, and it gives after that. In undergreen chemistry, it gives you reduced chemical waste and waste hazard control, and reduces energy consumption and reduce raw materials, then process cost reduction. This will be, I think, end of this file. So this is what I tell you: green chemistry, and then you can say environment concern. Then before that is you can see bronze. You know, this is bronzed acidity gross activity, and geological repository and for spent nuclear fuel, then phone or residential luxury and phones, uh, geological repository, and you can say flame resistant finishing effects of against fiber forming partitions. Now I'll open on the file. I hope you could understand something. If not something, we'll repeat it. It's very important file. We shall repeat it in interest of everybody. And because I myself am taking personal interest in this, because this is actually ignored subject is soil engineering, and particularly clay is an ignored subject, and ignorance cannot be allowed forever. Sometimes we have to become serious to realize facts of this subject, and that's the important point here. I, you know, sometimes we have to to start personal efforts to reach to some level. Above than this is technical. Above than this is our world of execution of works. Execution of works means, as I explained before also, challenge we don't accept. That's our weakness. We don't accept challenges. We are not used to that. We are very weak in that. Even one may be educated and not educated. There are very few professionals in world, those who do not want to accept challenges, who don't want to make changes. They don't want to change changes. They say, how is happening, we continue that. Continue that. One point I can understand. Contracting means to get work done through someone else, not to do yourself. Means to throw responsibility onto others. Other person should take risk and we enjoy. This is contracting. Why should other? Because other knows practical job we don't know. One point is that that's purpose. Or you cannot take work from people. That's another weakness. If you are not experienced in using resources and doing work, that can be another weakness. Otherwise, what's purpose after all? What's purpose of contract? Only purpose is professionals have weakness in their conduct to work, and that weakness they replenish by contracting, I can say contractor members. Those sciences are not used. If we are able to do ourselves something, now what's need of contract? There's no need of contract. When you go to market to buy something, you pay money and buy. There is no contractor. Only difference is that shopkeeper who delivers to you something from whom you buy, that shopkeeper a kind of contractor for you because that vendor brought that material from somewhere else and sold to you. This means there is half contract because you could not go to that place from where that person brings material. So that part is that person's part and remaining part buying part is ours. In life, everything we do something that way. Contract applies everywhere. Some minor toys, minor items, everything is very minor which we manage. But when you consider a big job, consider a big job. When you travel using airlines or you travel using train, there you're bound. You can't have train and you can't have airlines, you can't have airport. There is, you can say, kind of acceptance that you have to use plane or train and then you can use. Was not those who are not having their power, they also cannot cannot do anything themselves. So when we explain contracting, we should understand first after what we are talking to, whom we are talking to. When somebody comes and tells I have done this job, that person feels very happy. I have done this job for you. FIDIC, FIDIC device for us some contract. Very old contract. They started in 1999. That book. Then they also added silver book, yellow book, white book. So many books with contracting formats. We know contract. It doesn't mean that we don't know contract. They just ask us, hey, this is manager. Hmm. After all, what's contract? You think yourself. What they specially do, which you cannot do, are they bringing stars from sky? We are paying them money for profit. They are not delivering quality. What's purpose of contract? And if you contact them EPC, okay, when I was in job, I also fought with these people. Okay, why I am silent here? Because sometimes you have to be silent. This is not right. Crying is good thing, or silence is good. Silence gives you concentration, and we are not silent actually. We are crying. When you cry, you don't do. You have to cry on contractor, you have to cry on workers, you have to cry in yourself, even if it's contractor. Who listens to whom? None listens to none. Contractor and supervisor have certain relations. They understand each other and they don't understand each other as well. Because contractor means smarter than supervisor. This is the meaning of contractor. If you are not being contractor smarter, the supervisor, you will lose. Remember, however bigger you are, what level contractor you are, ultimately people would think you are a stealer, you are a thief. This is general definition, unaccepted definition, and virtual definition of a contractor. Contractor, though is very respectable indeed, but there is a point everywhere. Contractor has to make money by a cook or by a crook, and only then that person is a contractor. Otherwise, it has to be a true person. He cannot work in contracting. This is an understood, unrecognized definition. This applies to contracting work. You might have seen many contracts in your life, might have everywhere in the world. What is their aim? Only making money. Yes, they do projects, they are leaders in their field, they do what they, without them, I think development is impossible. That's also true. But they are not, you know, they are not doing on charity, they don't do charity. They are very big professionals. They have, of course, standards. I'm not saying no. Based on their reputation, based on their goodwill of past records, they are given higher rates also. You see big projects, all big projects will find voluminous projects and very big prices for them. Uh, these people rarely lose. Those big contracting people, they rarely lose. Reason is that first of all, amount is more. There are many expenses they make, and there are many ways that they try to make up their losses. Big projects means only top class professionals can do. Lower class factors who are very also professionals. See, there's a difference in a contractor and a professional. Professional contractor and a contractor are different terms. When you are say professional means you have to be real professional. You can be engineer who understand job and who is what's the requirement in that. Either that person is an engineer or he must have so many engineers attached or permanently that organization. Rigid role also in FIDIC is written that person at least if not honor employer at least honors representative must be professionally qualified. E-personal must be professionally qualified. So responsibility goes to those people, though honor is not educated to that level and experience, but Honor is a good financial and that can move project. So for that honor itself, honor has to employ someone in every discipline who can help that honor just to do good job and spend according to this fund account. More happy outline. More happy possibility is not applicable in construction engineering. Because in construction engineering, there are absolute chances that you cannot do as you think you can, but you have to do. You have to do. Generally, all these major contractors, EPC contractors particularly, I'm not talking about construction contractors. EPC contractors particularly do not do civil jobs themselves. They do all other jobs, mechanical part, electronic part, electrical part, and also many other. They were actually they want to do designing and administrative work themselves and try to give all side-based works to someone else. This is generally standards of those, and they know that people are available on cheaper rates, but they will involve them. If they involve them, they will lose jobs. Subcontracting in contracting is very common. Subcontractor doesn't mean small contractor itself. If there's a major project involving many billions dollars, certainly that person, that company is a high profile. You cannot say that they're tiny people, and that company which is giving them job is also high profile. In general terms of contracting, that company which is a client, which is ownership or operator in the sense they operate that plant, that plant of oil or power station or whatever. After delivery of that project, that is operated by someone, and that operator is a client. So the operator is client, and the contractor once leaves site, that person comes only for maintenance purpose. Maintenance purpose or for training purpose to others if required for few months or weeks or for surveying operations if operation machines are being protected well is for doing the sound part and that all keeping expensive. And keeping a priest relation to those activities which are operational activities which are you can say very dominant activities because operation and maintenance are very strong works, very responsible works. If by chance, if by chance some during operation, during maintenance, there is some accident, let us say, you provided some line, gas line, you provided some gas line, some other line, you provided water line, you provided cooling line, you provided hundreds of vessels or hundreds of I'm saying electrically operated equipment. You provide boilers, you provided cracking gas compressors, other compressors, anything. And remember, these are plants where generally there's chemicals sometimes fly in air. You can say evaporation of gases can happen in air in that plant area, always risk of fire or some gas line bursts or some water line bursts or something else happens, and there can be blast, any damn thing. These are industrial projects, and not only industrial projects, specific industrial projects which are very significant from economical viewpoint, from political viewpoint, financial viewpoint, international viewpoint, because of patents on technologies, license transfer on technologies to honor. If negativism comes in, if adversity comes in, there can be impact on project, not project now, operational. That operational honor operator can be in problem. If there is a problem and you have to shut down project even for a day, 2 day, 3 day, 1 week, there is tremendous loss. There's tremendous loss. And if investigation reveals that this happens because of lack of design or lack of quality on work, only that kind of option would come. But it's not charity one. Charity guy who's come and give you. Take yourself. If you have strength, you take yourself. In that case, what happens, if there's some accident, some shutdown, or fire, or something, huge losses. And if it is EPC, of course it's EPC. One machine break, fire happens, and your firefighting ring fails to work. Yes, they are so complexities. Complexities. And if can't control fire, it spreads. So because of one mistake or one underestimation, or just keeping in mind why should I spend this much? Accident happened. Honor will be jailed. Honor what? That honor who produced this project as well as that honor who is operating this, both shall be honor. In that case, designer is trapped. In that case, EPC contractor is trapped because ultimately, whose design was it? And employer is trapped. Representative employer is trapped. All are trapped. So EPC contractor never takes any risk. If that person is to spend little more, intelligent employer will do that because it costs millions and millions if there is a problem. Because you have to pay losses also because of non-production. So I think it will be very, very difficult in that case for that miser contractor who thought during project to save. It's very serious issue. Very serious. Nowadays, everything is happening. If that situation arrives, you have to face you have to face jail, kalabush. Kalabush is the Arabic word. You have to face jail. You have to go to jail and face punishment. Matured, matured means most. FIDIC, which which conditions everyone, which conditions project, which conditions employer, which conditions contractor, which conditions workers, which conditions material, which conditions all other committees, which conditions drawings for people. You can warm it, otherwise you have a question. When conditions are there, those conditions not because they like to include, every condition has certain meaning. It is there. We can't go without that. It has meanings. If there is no meaning, there is no use of conditions. These meanings and this enforcement of discipline also not there. My friends, why I am explaining to you is we will talk of conditions that's already done. Why I am trying to tell us, don't underestimate contracting. Contract is more difficult than designs and supervision. It's not easy. It looks easy. It's not easy. If you understand contracting very well, contracting includes design, contracting includes supervision, contracting includes the quality, contracting includes planning, safety, valuation, maintenance, research, lessons learned. That is contracting. Don't think it's a street contractor or a vendor. It's not that. I have seen those big people who used to supervise contracting later on, after some time, they join contracting company because here you have to do a lot professional work, genius work you have to do, intellectual based work you have to do, same work which engineer does, they have to do it. I think I think contracting is a profession of that rank. That I have not seen any company here which I found standards there working in Gulf. I didn't find that goes for that. Once you are, immersed in contracting support or contracting lead, you will not find time. First of all, you won't find time for yourself. You won't be free. You will be dynamic if really you are there. And in fact, you shall lead project. If you don't lead project, if you are not able to that level, or you have not achieved the standards of that working, then you would failure. You will be failure, or you will be very lower position there, not in lead position, maybe some, you know support position, or some other position where identification is not known. People do not import themselves there. Your office is not capable to import others. Come on, he'll come to you and interact with you. That kind of atmosphere you won't get if you are not of that standard. You know, I have seen these professionals on such projects of EPC, particularly very talkative only, talking and talking, walking and walking, as if they are very busy, chatting, walking, meeting, talking. Yes, that's part of game. I am not saying no. It is, but not only it is. Not only it is. You know, there is a practical definition of management which I don't accept. That definition is, which I call them MBS salesmen. That definition is, you know nothing. Fact is that, and you tell others, I know everything. Right? Fact is, you know nothing, but you never say, I know nothing. I know. When something comes to you, you never do it. Paper comes, you write some to someone, action, you send it to someone. And then someone says, okay, that guy to whom you send, maybe that guy knows it. But that guy is on lower position because that guy knows it. And you are in a higher position because you know everything. And you say, I cannot do everything. I cannot donkey's job. They call it donkey's job. To do detailed work, to do hard work is donkey's job for them. And they do monkey's job. I think I have seen this practically. You give this work to him, this work to him, this work to him, this work to him, and sit down, take a cup of tea and coffee or chat with someone else. And this work will come back to you and change sent to someone else. If you call this management, you are be fooling yourself. You are be fooling yourself. This is not management. This is stupidity. You are depending on someone else. You're just saying act and give me paper. government. So what act? You're not able even to explain to that person what one should do because you have got a position by hook or by crook or by some of your reputation or by someone known to you in that organization. You got because of that, not because of your caliber. That's a point here. You know, it's called post office work. Just post on paper, do this, and that person would come to you or submit to you file and then don't even read that file or just see some pages of that and that and that. It's that and there'll be many objections coming from that end if they know job or if they are of same caliber as you are, then I can't say. Remember, out of whole lot of people, whole lot of personnel in APC as well as in further contracting down as subcontractors or alliance you may say, all are same. More than doing job, welcome is to personality. Welcome is to your expression only. Expression you show as if you know everything, but when it comes to something else, you pass on to someone else. So your expression means only to write action and send it. Is that expression? No, that's not expression. This means you are not only cheating your organization, you are cheating yourself. Yes, if you call some person, come on, you explain to him everything. Maybe you don't agree, you don't try, you're too busy. You should once at least tell that you have to do this. Once that person understands you have to do this, like this, then this repetition in future. But that person teaches you indirectly what is right, and when you say I've done it, this happens. That's why I'm telling. I can't stop them, they do that. But they may be successful there, successful on that company, in that company, on that project. But later, it's not necessary that you always get good subordinate. It's not necessary. Yeah, and you yourself cannot do subordinate because you don't know, or you have never done that. Either you don't know, or you know. Ah, yes, if you know job, that's different. I don't then say thing. You use others because your action will be different in that case. In that case, your actions shall be different, not I'm saying blank action. In that case, your actions shall be full of activities. You will start something yourself, complete it, and then you will teach other. You have to do like this. That is something else. You do like this. If you find some problem, come on to me. I'll explain to you. If you adopt that kind of person, that is different. It means at least you know something. In that case, you are delegating. I can say that's delegation. And if you just simply say go and do it, then this is not delegation. This actually no term. Why do you delegate something to someone? Because you have some power which you got from someone else. That person has some legal power, or you have that legal power, and that is further down, send it down, which so delegation of power. So, but legal power should be with you. You should know that. It's same thing. You're designing something, for example. You're designing structural designing. If I'm a designer, yes, I know software. That's true. Start Pro or ETAB. These softwares are inbuilt. These softwares are not open software, closed software architecture. Means there's so much behind this projections of software. You have to just model them, model information. Modeling is your job, and after that, your job is over. it automatically performs this software, start go or ETAP. You don't even know what formula were used there, but you do it. You just apply command of run analysis, and after that analysis comes, you don't even know what actually he speaks, and then you design that, and all answers of design come in. It is easy, but are you confident? Questions. It is easy. Are you confident? When you do manually, you apply formula yourself. Right. But if as a beginner or a qualified engineer and you claim that you are a postgraduate one or you are a doctor one, but you are depending on software. Software is not asking you which formula I have to use. Software only asks you what action I have to apply, what load I have to apply. Only that fitting required, but dimension is the geometry is there. You have to complete that. You have to complete only loading information, action information, and geometry of that. And once it is completed, you say my modeling is done. I had done modeling of this. After that, your job is over because you have already told software I have to use this code or that code or this code or that code. But you don't know anything behind what's happening on Excel sheet inside or something or some of that. You're getting answers, right? This means your mind application has been partitioned. Your mind application has been left only to modeling and not further. This means you are experiencing model calculations only, modeling only. Even coordinates it takes itself. Even changing on coordinates itself it takes. So what actually left in design is a question mark. And this goes to habit day by day. Habit adopts it day by day. So in contracting also, in design contracting or in EPC or total, where design is involved, you are doing same and your client accepts same because there is no other way. It is assumed that software is working fine. That is an assumption. Maybe there's a verification, or you are so experienced person that you understand this design is fine. I consider that incomplete until you calculate it yourself. It's incomplete. That's what I consider. If you have assessment of building, assessment of structure, you can know very well whatever design is coming in, is that right or that is not right, that is worth or that is not worth. That's why I say it is sometimes very risky just to depend on software. Remember, software can make mistakes. Computers also can make mistakes, and we human also can make mistakes. I have no solution for that. You have no solution of that. But when you calculate yourself or you customize your software, you customize for some action, some designs around software, then it gives you better results. It takes some time, but this is your own architecture of software, your own sheet in which you have confidence, you get better results. But these are commercial softwares. These are softwares where they have input. You have no say there. Calculations is not your job here. Your job is part that affects But I have seen that designers, young or old, they take results as Bible or perfect. What to do? They do it, and accepting authority accepts it, and working authority works on site. Nobody can detect error. Nobody. BIM cannot detect error because BIM is a coordinator. So it also cannot detect error. And when by chance error is detected by someone, then it's too late. It's too late. Softwares have been so sophisticated these days that you have no chance to improve it. Only those people can improve it. They update and update. Your basic function of design actually is not design. Very basic function. Yes, there are many volumes of designs available. One structure is designed and many volumes are given to you. This you'll get many books if you want to have hard copies of the design, and you will never read them because it's so thick volume. And they intentionally issue all papers so that you can't see them, can't read them. Just keep them on store or on your some desktop in your office and let them stay there. Nobody will read them. Nobody. When there were no softwares, the designs were maximum 10, 20, 30 pages for every building or for some structure. So you could go over page by page and see is there some caused error in formula or something overlooked that could be checked. But here, even if you go through pages, all pages will repeat same thing, and you won't be able to find anything specific which can be pointed out that there is an error. So, actually, function of design to be trying to storm. Contribution of engineers to design has fallen down. Dependence on dependence on machine has increases up gone up. And when it happens, you can say you can't be definite of something, but it's moving like that. Nobody can stop this. It has gone to that level, no one can stop this. And all vacancies require you must have experience of this software in addition to your post graduation or whatever it is. So you need job. Design has to depend on that. World is moving. Yes, I am a designer. I am a software designer, basic designer. So don't ask me formula. I don't say these people don't know formula. They know formula, but they cannot make sure formula has been applied correctly. Generally, it is correctly, but in case I say we cannot do that. I also want to be a designer. I also want to use software. I have not got that. I have not used that because these people have softwares in their offices and they can use there free of cost. And if you have free software, it's like buy some software or make some software. It's one and same thing. I try if I design, I try to make my own worksheet because I'm not in a hurry. Instead of saving time just for sake of saving time, it's better to work on Excel sheet or some other sheet which can give you calculated results and you feed in your formula and get answers rather than doing complete modeling. At least have some idea means. What we have to design? We have to design three dimensions. Space. At least, at least you should design two dimensions, if not three yourself. Just to know at what level of forces are these, what level moments are, at least something you should know for comparison purpose. Yes, it is an approximation of what I'm thinking is. It's an approximation of that. That much knowledge we should have. And if we don't have that, so fresh we start using of that, then how we will know this right? It is not right. If your senior compares, okay, senior tells you this wrong, you accept. You can't compare yourself. Right. And moreover, it's not simple calculations alone or formula alone. It is standard of command on design. You send design to site, it's not complete. It's not telling them what to do. So your drawing should be different. It should be construction able, buildable. That's standard drawing. Your software will not make it that. Site person requires information, total information from design office. All those information which add to quality of work. That information does not come from design office. We have a different office in that case. To issue of prioritize, if that is the case, what is left? Well, I'm doing contracting now. I'm talking of contract. I just inserted this little talk to let you know where you can find problems in contracting. This was not design chapter. We just talk on contracts. It's very important to understand where we can cause mistakes. We should not be luxurious in every activity because contracting is very serious work. Serious in a sense that you have to concentrate on every calculation, on every activity, in every discipline. Either if you many discipline engineers on your project, many sites, all disciplines, many you can say all disciplines, all interbranches, architectural, structural, site managers, other managers, and so much so you can say parts to the that. I simply say don't take it easy. Yes, there are powers, there are duties, there are responsibilities in design. Responsibilities are there, as we say in this design, as we discussed yesterday also, said that general design obligations, it says, and that clearly says that contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized. This is clause 5.1. Contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized prior to base date employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, if any. Contractor shall carry out and be responsible for design of works and for accuracy of such employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, except as stated in this subclause below. What is that? Design shall be prepared by designers who A are engineers or other professionals, qualified, experienced, and competent in disciplines of design for which they are responsible. B. comply with criteria, comply with criteria, and then it says are qualified and entitled under applicable laws to design works, comply with criteria stated in employer's requirements. Employer shall not be responsible for errors, for any errors, inaccuracy or omission of whatever type, whatever kind, all kinds, every kind, in employer's requirements as originally included in contract and shall not be deemed to have given any representation of accuracy or completeness of whatever data or information except as stated in subclause below, or, or any data or information. So it says any data or information received by contractor from employers or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of work. So employer shall not be held responsible for whatever errors, any error, inaccuracy or omission of every kind in employer's requirements as originally included in contract and shall not be deemed to have given any representation of accuracy or completeness of any data or information except as stated in this sub-clause below. Any data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of works. However, the engineer shall be responsible for correctness of following portions of employer's requirement and of following data and information provided by or on behalf of engineer. A portion, data and information which are stated in contract as being immutable or responsibility of engineers, employer. Definitions of intended purposes of works or other parts thereof. Criteria for testing and performance of completed works and portions, data and information which cannot be verified by contractor except as otherwise stated in contract. What is meaning of this? Nowhere is said in contract that employer is responsible. Clear intention is there. I want this design. This is my purpose. More than this, I'm not responsible. You have to do a design which fits this purpose. My requirements are these. I'm not going to any data. You design it. You have to comply with my requirements. And if you don't do that, then you are responsible. I'm not responsible because you are designing. If you are not able to understand my reply, you can explain, you can ask for clarifications. Maybe I missed something. And even if I get clarity, I give you that, yes, I pass my response to you. Even then, you are responsible because I am paying you for design. So, what do you want to say? Means declaration is there that you are designer, you are designer, and therefore that point is very powerful here. People don't listen. Later on, what happens? What happens later on? We can tell you. Contractors documents. You say contractor contracts document. It shall comprise documents as follows. Now, specified in employer's requirements, specified whatever employers want you or intends to or orders you to give these documents, the calling requirement that you must be required to satisfy all permits, permissions, licenses, and other regulatory approvals which are contractor's responsibility under subclause 1.12 compliance with laws and described in subclause 5.6 as built records and or subclause 5.7 operation and maintenance manuals where necessary. They are necessary. Preparation by contractor, unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements. Contractor documents shall be written in language or to language communication, for communication, defined in subclause 1 for law and language. Contract shall prepare contractors' documents and whatever other documents necessary to compute and implement design during execution of works and to instruct contractors' personnel and review by employer. This is that review by employer. So what actually we say here, you have to comply by contract conditions. You have to satisfy employer. Before that, you have to satisfy yourself. You have to make sure your design is right. You have to make sure your software is working. You have to ensure because you have to give a copy of software also for permanent use. So you have to understand these points. These points are not easy but not difficult as well. If you are experienced, it's not difficult. If you are not experienced, there can be some difficulty because of that. If you're not experienced there, you may face some difficulty because you may not have an experience to evaluate what results you're getting. I'm worried about that only. That results sometime, and once you have incorrect results, your draftsman will not think, they will just draw, or sometimes because it's automatic drawing, it won't ask anybody. That's all purpose means. I'm trying to push. I'm trying to stress in this stock of contract of FIDIC. FIDIC is there. It's helpful, but FIDIC also binds you and binds you in a sense. If mistake or error is caused by your organization, by EPC, EPC is a powerful contractor organization. Powerful in a sense, it does design itself, procures itself, constructs itself, and then maintains itself. So you are like a very, very beautiful garment with all legs required and yeah, upper section required. That point is very, very important to be understood. in contracting. Don't take contracting easy. Don't think it's contractor. It's question of cost. It's question of future. It's question of liability and obligation and accountability. And don't forget that your performance board is also with employer. Your reputation is also with employer. And your future track is also with him. If you are not successful, you won't get future jobs or future kids. It's You have to keep that factor in mind. It's question of market reputation. It's question of business future. Your MBA managers won't take care of that. They shall blame you for this. They are not going to take any real responsibility, but they are going to rule you. That means you have to be careful. Means no responsible people will act on you while you are responsible. You will not save you. It's a little different means. And once you lose something, once you lose because of design, it's tragic then, very much tragic. Tragic that you can't regain that confidence in market once you lose something. I've seen this happen on many projects. In Abu Dhabi it happened. Swimming, not swimming I can say, it's not swimming. It was what you can say seawater basin, reservoir of seawater, RCC reservoir for water storage. Water was brought from sea and it had to circulate all over plant for cooling purpose. It is a good design, but this design moved, the structure moved. This means some failure. Lot of reduction, lot happened, but it didn't work. Well, I don't know what happened later on. I was not there. It is not I was not in charge there. It happened to me. I'm not sorry. It happened to that site, and it was I was there involved in office engineer on the project. So I had to deal with something, some papers, some propositions, and because with that responsible engineer. So to the extent we didn't, then they said, "Oh, nothing happened. Everything was fine." Everyone was confident of that. So I mean to say, mistakes do not tell you in advance that we are going to happen. Mistakes would never tell you. Drawing shall never tell you because a person who works on site, he doesn't know how to design. He says, okay, it is a design, I'll come this. Therefore, I say contracting, whether it's in India or it's very inconvenient if you do not understand yourself. It's very inconvenient. And if you understand yourself, it's fine, it's good, means there's no problem at all. I am telling you all this because I have been also associated in contracting. I've been associated in, you know, consultancy as well as I've been and office engineering and miscellaneous types of activities. If you want to kill yourself, be a bad contractor. If you want, it's hard, believe me, it's very hard. These supervisors, they go on sleep, they go away, just write paper and sleep. But contracting engineer cannot sleep. That's the problem. Contractor cannot sleep because contractor has to work and deliver work only then. contractor with that payment, or else contractor shall have to pay back in terms of losing performance bond as well as in paying liquidated damages, which are financial losses. And in case doesn't contractors just his job is not delivered according to program, according to contract, then heavy penalties would be imposed. Time extension shall be provided, uh, shall be provided, and of course there will be something like that where you suffer, you have to suffer. It is particularly I am stressing on design part because design and construction, but it starts with design, and if design is it doesn't suit, then you know what happens. And this is also another reason that I am also sticking to this soil engineering, because superstructure is not a problem. Your software can give results and may be reliable, but foundation is a unique design. There may be 20-story building, all 20 designs shall be symmetrical. You can see this is right or this is not right. But foundation is only one design only, not repetition of designs. So it shall be little difficult to identify whether or not this design shall be safe, or there is some deficiency in this, or there is some correction required in this. But this is an important point we should understand. This is really something you can say professionally required. We have to be intelligent enough to understand this point. Means you need pragmatism, experience, and guts to do that. My stress was on foundations, on soil, and that's why I am trying to confer with soil issues and design issues and FIDIC EPC issues. These all are related. Foundation is always a challenge in construction on projects. Cause it's challenge because soil is a challenge. Soil is a challenge because soil is never ever perfect. It is never ever uniform. It is always heterogeneous. It always contains some water or no water. It relates to temperature of soil, temperature within soil, as we said, thermal properties of soil we studied, electrical properties of soil we studied, and to what depth we go for our foundations, and what about our cables and our piping system that we embed in soil. All these are very relevant informations. We have to lay cables, and what is increase in temperature of earth, what is increase in something else, if there is water available, and due to temperature how much quantity of that water shall evaporate, or if there is freezing one, well, this water shall freeze in. These are all intercomplex technical talks which you cannot answer directly. You have to assume and test and test and test. Variation in nature of soil in one borehole to other borehole, from one pit to another pit, and unknown stratification. Who knows where we are testing? That's good one. Other maybe 1 meter from that is not good. We cannot test at every meter. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. And if we are not careful, I say everything depends on supposition assumptions. We say, okay, God will take care of it. Yes, God shall take care of it. Yes, God will help you. But first you help yourself. Really or not really? You tell me. You see, when misfortunes come, they don't give you notice in advance they are coming. I have seen some plants where filling is done totally, so their investigation of soil is not that much important because you are going to fill 2 meters or 3 miles all over land. So there you know what soil is. But where there is no filling at all, in that case you have to know it. Though that also requires because you are doing filling, but what about downstrata? You have to do that. But there is little, safe cover. At least you have 2 or 3 meter filling, which is safe. Some portion is safe, and maybe you have to do piling, so you have to go down, or you are not going to do pile. It depends. Or you have already strengthened that portion. There are so many factors that because big projects have big histories, mega projects and mega histories. Those points we must take into consideration. Only then we can be successful people. I say, well, I can't explain you more than that. Design is design, work is work, we know, and everybody is different. And it is really, FIDIC and soil and engineering management. FIDIC, soil engineering management, and your contract documents and specifications all are interrelated. And attend is standing layman, foreman, supervisor, who's receiving this and who receives this and does work for you with headed site engineers to whom you cannot say you are responsible. Responsibility lies on your heads and they just help you to do best job. We have to think in that strata, in that line, not like, oh, you are responsible, I'm not responsible. No, your responsibility first. You are first responsible because you are applying your mind for they use that. They are not applying their minds. You apply your mind and they use that. So they are learners and you are teachers. That is the difference. I think this point you should keep in mind if you want to move successfully on such mega projects, which make your career or destroy your career. It depends upon that. Well, I think I've clarified. I was slow in soil because I will be slow there. It's very, very critical chapter in soil. We have to be very safe. Only then we can move, or else, always there's a problem. Some soils are very dangerous, but plants are done, projects are done. And, some soils are clay, some are rock. It depends. When but we have to apply knowledge of soil if you have knowledge. If you depend on know what laboratory guy says or what soil engineer says, I have to follow that. Then responsibility still lies yours, not that soil engineers. That person can recommend only. Responsibility goes to you. So if you apply on that recommendation your mind, maybe you perform better in a better way. Or else means its life moves on and on and on. Who bothers about that? Well, I think that factor should keep in mind. So with this, I close this talk. Hope that you understand that. Thank you very much. I go to you first, YouTube and I close this. I think.